All right, if everybody find a seat, we need to get started. All right, we're going to go ahead and jump right into the public comment because we got a lot of people here.
I'm Steve House, Vice Chairman of the Dare County Board of Commissioners and Chairman of the Dare County Working Watermen's Commission. Welcome back to Dare County. We thank you for being here after 6 years of resolution from the Dare County Board of Commissioners and a change in the chair of this commission. Mr. Corbett, thank you. It's time to hit the hard reset button on the way our fisheries are managed. On countless times, I've sat here in front of this commission expressing concerns, heard from our commercial watermen, recreational anglers, seafood processing plants, and our tackle shops, and have presented 40, I just gave you another one today, unanimous resolutions by the Dare County Board of Commissioners of the unfair practices and regulations from the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Division and this commission. Let's hit the economic reset button. Dare County fisheries, both commercial and recreational, is the second largest economic driver in Dare County. Every reduction this commission or Marine Fishery Division makes affects not only our economy, but also the state of North Carolina's economic bottom line. I can attest our representatives in Raleigh are now looking hard at this as well. In-depth and complete economic impact studies should be done on every FMP, including any changes to the FMP, and to include any rules that might, like the false albacore that's not under an FMP. Let's hit the reset button. The division has an observer program for observers for our watermen. Many times our watermen have asked to help our biologists in the same aspect. This action, we believe, will allow transparency and may provide a more accurate stock assessment. Sometime around 2014, we understand the way the stock assessment calculations are done changed. Since then, FMPs have been implemented like a firestorm. And currently we have stock assessments that have failed peer review or are not being done at all to support the possible new rules. Let's hit the reset button. Only this commission can do that. By the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Act of 1997, the power lays with you, not with the Division of Marine Fisheries. Thank you again for coming to Dare County, and we hope the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission will continue to hold meetings here with our citizens and our watermen, and I want to thank you again personally.
Thank you, sir. Jerry Shield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. I'm Jerry Schill, Director of Government Relations for the North Carolina Fisheries Association. I have a question. Is this a UPS event? And I'll explain what I mean by UPS event in a minute. You have so many issues up for discussion that it's impossible to go into much detail, so I'm just going to generalize. No stock assessment or failed stock assessment, little or zero science, use of adaptive management violating the crab fishery management plan, lack of accountability for wreck harvest and discards. Those negatives pretty much sum up the concerns for what's on your agenda the next couple of days. Adopting a 50-50 split between commercial and recreational in the southern flounder fishery borders on criminal. Not just because you would throw away the historical landings data that set the original split, but you show no concern whatsoever for the consumer. Neither does that split show any concern for the plight of commercial fishermen. Commercial fishermen supply the vast majority of the owners of this public resource, that is, the consumer. And if you have concerns about those folks who own the resource but do not fish, you will vote against this 50-50 split and keep it the original. If that doesn't convince you, acknowledge the commercial fishing industry is in a decline, and not for the lack of fish, but for a lack of concern, including this decision. It used to be that when we gathered, the rationale that we heard is that if we do not do this for fill in the blanks, whatever species, will be deemed out of compliance by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. To my knowledge, North Carolina has never been deemed out of compliance, but other states have. That's not an issue anymore. What we're doing is saving the resource on our own. Other states aren't doing it. North Carolina has more stringent regulations than any other state because for some reason we're going to save the resource, and other states, commercial and recreational, have a much more liberal catch limit or quotas. UPS event. Our family has been going through, memory loss, dementia, Alzheimer's. And when I talk to the kids with my wife present about her Alzheimer's, I try to cloak it so that it doesn't upset her. Well, when you're dealing with Alzheimer's or dementia, you deal with a lot of incontinence. And UPS used to have a saying years ago in their ads, what can Brown do for you? So when I talk to the kids about incontinence, I mention a UPS event. Is this a UPS event? Are you going to have a UPS event here? What I deal with on a daily basis is literal UPS event. Yours is figurative. I beg you to keep in mind the plight of the commercial fishing industry. I've been doing this a long time. I have never seen the industry in the condition that it is today. Not all of it's regulatory.
That's your time, Jerry.
But indeed, it's something that needs to be concerned. It's hard to talk about saving an industry in 3 minutes, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jerry. Joe Romano.
Good afternoon, members of the Marine Fisheries Commission. My name is Joe Romano, and I'm a commercial fisherman and a seafood business owner in Wilmington. I've spent years working on the water and in the seafood industry, advocating for North Carolina's working watermen and the sustainability of our fisheries. I typically come before this commission to speak on specific issues, but today I want to address the broader pattern we've all been seeing. For well over a decade, overregulation has been the default course, and commercial fishermen have borne the brunt of it. We've called it a death by 1,000 cuts. One rule after another, reducing access, increasing cost, driving more watermen out of business. For years, it was easy to marginalize commercial fishing because there were so few of us. But in the past 5 years, recreational fishermen are feeling the pain too. Every quarter, there's a new crisis demanding more restrictions, another species in need of emergency protection, more rules, less access, and more frustration for everyone who depends on the water. If DOGE has taught us anything, it's that American bureaucracies need more scrutiny, oversight, and restraint than ever. While the NCDMF has not been audited recently, there are compelling reasons to believe it should be. Their actions not only violate the Fisheries Reform Act, but also impose lose-lose regulations that harm stakeholders and restrict seafood access. Key issues include the problematic quota-based management that fails to account for real-world fishing conditions, the destabilizing adaptive management policies that create uncertainty and instability, stock assessments that consistently fail peer review, undermining their credibility, a complete disregard for economic impact, ignoring the livelihoods of coastal communities. When stakeholder input is ignored and meetings devolve into user group dogfights, it's clear that something is broken. I'm asking all fishermen in this room, whether you fish for food recreationally, for subsistence, or for a living, to take a stand against overregulation. Seafood is at stake. Access is at stake. Sane fisheries management is at stake. When we fight each other, the DMF becomes more powerful. They manipulate incomplete data and use questionable methodologies to dictate who gets access and who doesn't. Power has been consolidated at the expense of transparency. Unless you all demand an audit of the DMF processes, scientific methods, and internal decision-making, we all lose. And let's be honest, certain groups like the CCA would rather pit us against each other over gear types and quotas than challenge the bureaucratic overreach that's making fisheries management more draconian. We know most people in this process act in good faith, but when a bureaucracy ignores stakeholders, relies on weak science, and refuses transparency, it's time to take a stand. If we unite, we can hold bureaucratic power in check. If we keep scapegoating one user group at a time, we all suffer. Commercial fishermen, recreational anglers, seafood consumers, and the entire coastal economy. I urge you to vote no to any additional regulations until there is an independent audit of the North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries and its application of the Fisheries Reform Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Sam Romano.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Romano. I'm a commercial crabber, shellfish farmer, gill netter, co-founder of Seaview Crab Company, and a former Marine Fisheries Commissioner. I've spent my life building a seafood business and fighting for our industry. Today, I'm here to sound the alarm. Our fisheries are being harmed by rushed, unscientific rules that blame commercial harvesters while ignoring reality. Let's start with our southern flounder mismanagement. Harsh regulations were imposed, promising recovery. Instead, we got collapsed dockside prices, public distrust, and endless finger-pointing. We warned this would happen, but here's the problem. We still don't know if these rules worked. Why? Because the division lacks the resources for timely peer-reviewed stock assessments. Now, under political pressure, we're handing commercial quota to the recreational sector, which hasn't been able to accurately track or stay within its quota. This isn't science, this is surrender. Next, let's talk about the war on gear. Targeting oyster dredges and hydraulic clam conveyors, these tools harvest shellfish from places other gear can't reach. Scientists and fishermen work together to study and agree on boundaries. Now, that fishery is on the chopping block and all the work is wasted. Studies show these gears actually improve productivity in sand and mud bottoms. But instead of using that science, the division cites lack of participation to shut down fisheries. Shameful. With a little creativity and outreach, we could keep these sustainable, delicious foods on our tables and fishermen in business. Then there's speckled trout. This slot limit proposal isn't about conservation. These fish grow fast and don't need more regulations. We'd be forced to discard large, healthy fish, undermining our clean, legal harvest. This isn't management, it's inefficiency. We need a better overall process. The Commission spends too much time pitting user groups against each other. Members often vote on issues they don't understand affecting livelihoods and our local food economy. We need to split the Commission up between commercial and recreational so that user groups can weigh in on these issues that directly impact them. This would allow better conversations and action on shared priorities like habitat and water quality. The Fisheries Reform Act promised fairness, optimized harvests, and collaboration. Instead, we've gotten agendas and bypassed procedures. The division is spread too thin, buried in paperwork, and has lost its way as our scientific partner. We don't need more regulations. We need better science, transparency, and respect for the people who put food on your plates. To the Commission, stop governing by public outrage. Start listening to fishermen and scientists who know these waters. Let's rebuild trust, seek better data, and honor the legacy of North Carolina seafood. Our livelihoods and North Carolina's seafood future depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Chris Noble.
Chris Cahoon Noble, sir. You ready? Good afternoon. My name is Chris Cahoon Noble, and I'm the Hyde County Manager. And today I represent Hyde County in my comments. You have a handout which includes 2 resolutions, one in regard to North Carolina blue crabs and the other in regard to speckled trout. Again, I am the Hyde County Manager, but I'm also the daughter of Lyle and Claudia Cahoon of Cahoon Seafood in Swan Quarter. Grown up on a crab dock, grown up on a crab boat. I learned more than a few choice words in both places. I appeal to you today, and I thank you all for coming to Northeast North Carolina. I really appreciate you visiting us out this way. I want to present these 2 resolutions to you today and review them as briefly as possible. The resolution in regard to a plan for our blue crabs. Hyde County's economy is reliant upon the health of our commercial fishing industry. We have to have the commercial fishing industry in order to have a healthy economy. Blue crab is a vital fishery to Hyde County. We're a Tier 1 county. Commercial fishing is our 2nd largest industry. The harm to a commercial blue crab industry will result in direct harm to Hyde County's economy and the people that live there. Hyde County has one of the last remaining crab processing facilities in the state. It provides vital employment, and also it provides an economic infrastructure for all of our people by our individual crabbers, our buyers, our sellers, wholesale, retail, the fish and supply shops. The whole of Hyde County is contingent upon the fishing industry to remain relevant. Hyde County offers you this resolution, and I do have to note the failed stock assessment for North Carolina blue crab and what seems to be a lack of evidence. And I just appeal to you that these changes, these reductions that you are proposing are too great to have such little evidence to support it. You have to have clear science and you have to have clear evidence to affect people's lives in the way that these changes will. The decision this commission makes are too important to base them on failed science or to base them on best guesses. You would not bet your own livelihood on bad information, and you shouldn't gamble with the livelihood of others. In regard to speckled trout, it is one of our most vital resources for our fishermen. It plays a key role in our local markets by supplying a moderately priced mild fish in our seafood markets and at our restaurants. It is known as speckled trout.
That's your time.
Oh, that's just so sad. Well, thank y'all. Thank
Yes,
y'all.
ma'am.
I had a whole lot more to tell you, but I just do encourage you to err on the side of the fishermen when you're in doubt.
Richard Newman.
Hi, everybody. I'm Richard Newman. I'm owner of County Road Seafood and Newman Seafood in Swan Quarter, North Carolina. I'm here to discuss the proposed rules that the division is asking the commission to adopt at their May meeting. They were originally scheduled for this to be discussed at this meeting. These rules are far overreached by DMF staff. They have no science to back them up. Their stock assessment failed peer review. The reviewer even noted in his comments back to them that no new rules should be made off of this assessment. They've not assess the economic and social impacts to our local fishing communities, and this is a direct violation of North Carolina general statutes. As a dealer and a processor, we've seen stocks rebound over 23 and 24. Rules were made in 2020 with Amendment 3 to the FMP. 2020, 2021, 2022, we saw a decline. That's what those rules were designed to do, to decline catches so the stock could rebound. Well, 23 and 24, it showed that rebound. We've, as an industry, have compiled the numbers, and 2023 and 2024 are the two highest since 2020. 2024's numbers did not have the full data set for November and December, but it's 27.7% over the 5-year average, with the last 2 months of the season not included. So while they don't have any scientific data, we're seeing real-world data that previous rules are already working, and there's no need for any more proposed or regulations. And the regulations that have been proposed would be extremely detrimental to our industry and the small communities that are supported by this industry. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Erwin Bateman?
Hey guys, my name is Irvin Bateman. I am a sixth-generation Kitty Hawker. I'm a Dare County Commissioner at Large, and I own a restaurant called Sugar Creek Southfront Seafood Restaurant. Been there 35 years, owned it since 2003. I make my living selling fresh seafood. I buy from Willie Etheridge, buy from Ashley over at O'Neill Seafood, buy from Kissy and Endurance. We try to buy the freshest fish we can possibly get. I feel threatened at this moment because of the fact that the ability for me to buy fresh fish is diminishing every day as we go along. Last year, in the month of July, I sold 15,000 people food in my restaurant for the month. Do you think somebody from New Jersey, somebody from Illinois, somebody from Canada that comes to my restaurant, comes down, that they want to eat something that came from China? They want to eat something that came from Venezuela? No. They want to eat crab meat that came from Neal's Seafood. They want to eat fish came from Willie Etheridge. They want the freshest possible thing they get. If they're going to spend $20,000 a week on a cottage, they deserve the best. We're talking about economic development, folks, y'all. Dare County last year did $2.1 million in revenue. A lot of that stuff goes back to the state. It's a lot of money. We're 10th in North Carolina on the amount of revenue we send back to Raleigh. We have 39,000 people. Your decision you make today and in the future affects that 39,000 people. It also affects every commercial fisherman I have behind me, every dealer I have behind me, and all their families. Because if they can't work, then all of a sudden, the $2 billion economy that Dare County's got, it goes down to nothing. And people don't want to come here if they're going to eat fish and products that come from other areas. They came here, they want to experience the Dare County way of life. They want to experience what it's like to be on a vacation, to be a wine cheeser. They want to go and taste the fresh fish and stuff. Those days are going by the wayside. So it's your responsibility, in my humble opinion, to do the right thing. And when you don't do the right thing, do the second right thing and take care of the people of Dare County and of North Carolina, and take care of all the commercial fishermen and the restaurateurs. There's also 369 restaurants in Dare County. I'm not the only person that feels this way. If you go and poll around, and by the way, if you go out to eat tonight, I hope you get some fresh fish. And I hope they bought it from Willie Etheridge and the crew back here. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Woody Joyner?
Good afternoon. I hope everybody is doing well. My name is Woody Joyner, and I'm a full-time resident of Hatteras Village, speaking to you today as a member of the North Carolina Watermen United. I would like to thank Chairman Corbett and members of the commission for scheduling the winter MFC quarterly business meeting here in Dare County. Now, this is not just for our county, but for everybody residing in the Northeast and in the Central and the Core Sound also. I would also like to recognize Director Rawls and the staff of the Division of Marine Fisheries for traveling to the Outer Banks. Now, after reviewing the critical issues on this week's agenda, I was in a dilemma on which item to concentrate. Instead, I decided to take a different tack from the dozen or so public comments I've made in the past on behalf of the hardworking men and women who earn a living on the water. Our board and all the fishermen recognize the Commission's difficult task to thoughtfully and sensibly protect the biomass of our fish, oysters, crabs, and shrimp. Now, as a group, we would also hope that the Commission would offer the same consideration to maintain the viability of our commercial and our charter for hire sectors. I would encourage the state's MFC to consider the broad goals of the federal Magnuson-Stevenson Act and subsequent amendments. And I'd like to quote two statements from the Federal Register. The federal law is required to boost the health of many U.S. fisheries while growing jobs and the economy in the process. I also went in the Federal Registry and to figure out what is exactly a fishery. It's described as any activity that involves the economics of harvesting fish, encompassing the area where the fishing occurs, the people involved, and the species being caught, all considered as a single management unit. Now, in the almost daily conversations that I have with local watermen, most believe that the people involved have not been given their fair share in the decision-making process. Now, these include not just the families on the water, but the family-owned, multi-generational small businesses that support and benefit the fishing industry. Now, in conclusion, to our fishermen, keeping food on the table, keeping a roof over the heads of their families is not just an occupation. It is at the core of their collective history for over a century. And most importantly, fishing is the basis of a waterman's culture. Again, my thanks to the Commission for the opportunity to speak on behalf of those who can't be here today and tomorrow. But most importantly, I want to recognize the women and the men in the room behind me today for making a concerted effort to show their solidarity and voicing the belief that it is paramount for us to be able to continue to harvest this public trust in our waters to provide fresh, locally caught seafood to the citizens of North Carolina and the many guests who come to our coastal communities. And again, thank you very much for coming to Dare County. We appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Ernie Foster.
My name is Ernie Foster. I'm from Hatteras. I'm here as someone who grew up in and around fishing and have watched the demise of a working waterman. My father had the first boat built in North Carolina for offshore charter fishing, and I now own the Albatross fleet. I have a little bit of a background in concern about environmental issues. I served on the North Carolina Coastal Federation Board. The Albatross was the first boat to ever deliberately release a billfish off its coast. So I worry about environmental stuff. But I am watching the demise of the commercial fishing industry in my village for reasons that I do not understand. The death of 1,000 cuts is now at around 950 and seems to be unending. As a former educator, I have a homework assignment. I brought 2 books here to show you. This one is called Fish House Opera. I think 2002 or 2003, the late Susan West and Barbara Garrity Blake wrote this about the demise of the fishing industry. If it were published tomorrow, it would be the same story, exactly. This one is called Wetland Riders by Robert Fritchie. It's about the development of the CCA by a Texas oil man. Real serious commercial fishing interest, as it turns out, the demise of. As a former educator, my homework assignment for you was to read these two books and then come back and make the same decisions to continue to do away with our independent working watermen in Hatteras and throughout the coast. I'm no longer directly involved, but watching it play out on the docks of Hatteras is tough. I would appreciate you making decisions to defend working watermen rather than to get rid of them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Stuart Creighton.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Stuart Creighton, CCA Vice President. Several things across the agenda this afternoon and tomorrow. CCA does continue to fully support the protective measures for albies that is up for final approval. Please get these needed guidelines across the finish line this week. For southern flounder, 50/50 allocation certainly should be approved now with Amendment 4. It should have been approved 3 years ago. For pending Amendment 5, we should certainly establish an open ocean season from June through September for summer and Gulf flounder, and that should be one of the priorities of Amendment 5. Also, the latest emerging research is showing there are potential southern flounder spawning sites much closer to the coast than originally thought. Not only should that research be furthered, but if it proves to be valid, then those areas should certainly be protected during the flounder spawning season from November to March. On speckled trout, with the concern over the increased potential for commercial bycatch because of the pending new slot, consideration should be given to either a quota set at around 350,000 pounds or appropriate additional closures in January and February to ensure that the needed reductions are kept. For oysters and clams, you do need to remove mechanical harvest of clams in the 3-year interval that is in front of you without the qualifying parameters as suggested by DMF, and you should certainly adopt the 2 DORAs that are proposed in Pamlico Sound. The reasoning behind that, of course, is because naturally occurring oyster reefs are one of the most important estuarine habitats in North Carolina. They directly support dozens of species of fish, invertebrates, and algae. And in addition, they are used as feeding stations or spawning sites by many other fish, birds, and mammals. They attenuate wave action during storms and vastly improve water quality. Currently, only about 10% of our native shallow oyster rock remains, and even worse, only about 5% of our deep oyster reefs are left. Decades of overharvest by mechanical gear has mowed them down to such low relief that they are repeatedly killed off by anoxic events and are suffering further from shell degradation. Because of the nature of these reefs, recovery will be a slow process. It would be helpful if DMF would kickstart the process by adding material to increase the height of these struggling reefs. And with the rapidly expanding oyster mariculture industry and with the state-maintained culch planting areas, consumer and industry access to the oysters will remain strong. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Paul Beals.
Hello. My name is Paul Beals. I'm from Columbia, North Carolina. My wife and I both rely 100% on crabbing for our income, and I've been at it for a little over 30 years. I was here for the original Fishery Reform Act and the original Blue Crab Management Plan that was written. Blue crabs are the most economically important commercial species in the state, and we're not in competition with other user groups. Division is trying to dismiss a failed stock assessment and rely on data from 1995 to 2016 to place further restrictions. Numerous restrictions have recently been implemented that need time to work. These include closed areas, closed seasons, no mature female harvest, size limits on mature females, and other restrictions that are in place right now. And we have indeed seen landings increase in 2023 and 2024. Blue crabs are a short-lived species and cannot be managed like a finfish. Hurricanes and other environmental conditions affect it much more in the short term. The bushel limits proposed are ridiculous and would end the fishery as we know it. That's 100% sure on that. It would end the fishery as we know it with the division's proposed bushel limits. We ask for a stay on new regulations and let the conservation measures recently acted continue to work. We need a new, valid stock assessment using data from this century and a complete restructuring of the blue crab fishery management plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bill Weiss?
Good afternoon. I was looking for a little response, so there you go. Everyone's just talking to you. I'm looking for a little response. So my name is Bill Weiss, live here in Kitty Hawk, and public fisherman, fishing public waters. Don't really want to say recreational, because that kind of says that's kind of like going to a playground with my grandkids. So public fisherman, public waters. Certainly support all my commercial friends back there. I mean, some of the questions I have around some of these stock assessments, as folks talk about, we were supposed to initially talking about the speckled trout. Speckled trout last year was the best I've seen in decades in fishing out here in the Sound. And my friends from TWs, I see one back there. Last year, going to TWs, the guy said, if you can't catch a trout right now, just go surfing. I mean, that's the way it was last year. And so I started scratching my head around all the stock assessments and these slot limits. Just didn't make sense to me. And I understand the cold stun, but still, we've been having those for decades as well. So it was a tremendous season for speckled trout last year, the landings that we could have and how abundant they were. And I intentionally have to keep my bait off the bottom so those pesky southern flounder don't eat it. So they're out there as well. Certainly support the man from CCA in the summertime flounder harvest. That'd be great. They're out there, and that would be fantastic. So just saying once again, there's more fish out there than we think, especially on the speckled trout side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Lauren Birch?
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Birch. I'm on the Blue Crab Advisory Board as well as a wholesale blue crab dealer. What I'd like to talk about today is a lot of times we've heard the saying, if you try to do something over and over and expect different results, that's the definition of insanity. What we've seen is each time this board meets is we're talking about a decline in the stock, where we know that 50% of our watermen have left. So we have less people in the industry, but our stock is still declining through science. I'm not going to get into that right now. But if it was a causation of needing more management plans, we would see a rebound just because of the lack of participants and the lack of landings going down. I think, and I want to believe that staff's goals, the board's goals, our goals, are all to have a healthy ecosystem, one that I can pass down to my 5-year-old that would rather go crabbing than go to school any day, to keep that culture in line. We are under the Department of Environmental Quality, so it's important to think about that. You used a reference point for a researcher, Erickson, and he talks about, in a paper in 2021, the changing climate associated with the range-wide decline of estuary fish. Even down to the flounder, warmer water can cause a more masculine population. So when we're looking at this, we can tell that our management issues have not, we've had a lack of participants, we've had a lack of landings, and it's still going on the downside. This is not a causation of overfishing. If anything, the gentlemen and the women behind us have more invested in this. They want a healthy stock. They want a good catch. They want to see those big fish coming out of the water. So what do we need to do? Everybody talks a lot about collaboration. But the problem is that there is a lack of trust between the watermen and staff. And I'm not sure, I'm not pointing fingers. I want to fix a problem because, again, I'm hoping all of our goals are in line. What I've noticed is that when we get options, some of them just don't make sense. I'm going to talk more about the blue crab in next week's meeting, which is Thursday at 6 o'clock. But let's start with the subaquatic vegetation. We were given an option about bottom disturbing mechanisms, keeping that subaquatic vegetation from growing. We have controlled areas, and we haven't seen a difference. With the blue crab, one of two options was that male crabs.
That's your time.
Okay. Thank you so much, and I'd love to speak to you later.
Wayne Birch.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Birch. I'm a commercial fisher from Currituck County. I've been doing it since I was 9 years old. I see more flounder in the crab pots than I've ever seen in my whole life that we throw back over every day. The main thing you're looking for is water quality, and that's what pushes everything in and out. That's all I can say. Until you figure out how to control the water quality, you'll never figure out how to control any marine life. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Micah Daniels.
My name is Micah Daniels, and I'm with Fresh Catch Seafood, but I'm reading on behalf, I serve on the board for NC Catch Seafood. NC Catch, dedicated to raising consumer awareness about the benefits of eating local seafood, appreciates the opportunity to comment on the following measures that we believe unfairly impact the commercial sector and the seafood consuming public who are 100% dependent on professional fishermen to access NC seafood. Southern flounder. We are opposed to reallocating southern flounder from the original 70% commercial and 30% recreational split to a 50-50 allocation between user groups. The shift unfairly removes over 100,000 pounds of flounder off consumers' plate. Worse, the rationale for this new allocation has nothing to do with conservation, but awards the recreational sector more fish, despite the fact that they, unlike the commercial sector, consistently overfish their quota. Why take food away from consumers with no conservation benefits? Spotted sea trout. The state's recreational harvest of speckled trout greatly exceeds commercial harvests and has done since recreational harvest estimates began in 1981. Recreational fishers take 75 to 90% of the total harvest of speckled trout. Yet the proposed restrictions result in a 38.3% reduction in commercial harvests and only a 26.7% recreational harvest reduction. Furthermore, the draft FMP does nothing to address recreational bycatch mortality, which, according to the latest data available, vastly exceeds the total commercial harvest. As with southern flounder proposal, seafood consumers will lose the most. Blue crab. NC Catch has substantial concerns that the DMF is proposing a 12 to 52% reduction in commercial blue crab harvest without knowing the population status. Blue crabs support our most important commercial fishery and supply both live crabs and picked meat to seafood consumers along the Atlantic coast. Landings have been stable or shown slight increases in recent years, and fishing effort has declined. Proposing drastic measures without a population assessment and with landings showing stability or improvement jeopardizes the commercial fishery and seafood consumers unnecessarily. We believe that the MFC is acting contrary to the Fisheries Reform Act, which specifies that the MFC has the power and duty to provide fair regulation of commercial and recreational fishing groups in the interest of the public. Public includes seafood consumers, the largest user group in fisheries, yet rarely considered when regulating fisheries resources. Unfairly and unjustly, cutting the commercial fishery harvest directly affects
your
food
time.
security.
Thank you. Dewey Hemmerwright.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, Commission members. My name is Dewey Hemwright, and I'm a commercial vessel owner here in Dare County. I've been a commercial fisherman probably for over 35 years. On February the 13th, I sent an email out to y'all. I hope y'all got it, and I had some response back. And the email is asking the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission to send a letter of support for Amendment 59 for the snapper grouper, the red snapper amendment. And what this amendment does, there's eight actions in it. It is a secretarial amendment, a little bit different than most of the time responding to the South Atlantic Council. It's past that. What this amendment does, it reduces discards and turns them into landings. It increases the commercial allocation from about 124,000 pounds to 350,000 pounds. The recreationals from 1 day of fishing to 5 to 9 days of red snapper fishing is ended overfishing of red snapper. It will be, they're looking at putting a fishery reduction discard area in north of Cape Canaveral to south of the Georgia line from 3 months. And that is where the majority, if y'all were able to look at the email, that's where the majority of the discards of red snappers come from. I followed this issue since 2010 when the council failed to do something at that time, and instead they instituted a closure that affected mine and other North Carolina fishermen's livelihood, the 17B closure, which was from 40 fathom out. They quickly rescinded that after they saw that there was no science for what they wanted to do. This issue has been percolating for a long time. This is the first time in a lot of years that the red snapper has finally been declared ended overfishing, but we're finally going to see an increase both recreational and commercial fishermen in North Carolina. That is a good thing. So I would ask that this commission send a letter to the Secretary of Commerce supporting Amendment 59. Also got one other thing to bring up, and I'm a glutton for punishment. When I read the email and looking at the stock assessment, and I saw where in 2017, the southern flounder recreational discard that was used was 1/4 pound. That is just crazy that it was even used, no matter how much of the best available data it was. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, Dewey.
It's difficult to say a lot of things in 3 minutes.
Gene Ashton.
I've become one of the old farts now. Anyway, I'd like to thank y'all for coming here. It's nice to see y'all attentive, and I've been to a lot of meetings where nobody looked up when anybody talked. And it was kind of discouraging for the fishermen to get up and talk. And I hate talking, but I'm glad the brothers and sisters here speak well. But anyway, I come not prepared, some prepared, but nothing on paper. And nothing was talked about the expense. I'm mostly a commercial fisherman now in the crabbing industry, because you've chased me out of gill netting and oystering and everything else. And it's shut all down and just everybody goes after crab. And I've done it for 50-some years. But it's got to a point with the expense. You know, we can't make it even hardly working with no limits. But when you put a moratorium on a female crab, and it's a moratorium for 6 months of the year, none, that's when you get the most money for your product. I mean, right now, probably $180 in New York for sooks, for females. And then you want to open it up. I mean, I look at things like getting the bang for your buck. You know, sell a resource when it's good and expand, you can make money. Why you want to sell a resource when it's $10 a bushel versus $180 a bushel? You know, and a lot of times, last year, we didn't even have a market. We had so many female crabs and male crabs, we worked 3 days a week because the markets couldn't handle it. No picking houses, no anything. I mean, you just can't go. And now I'm in shape, you know, where I don't have a lot of bills anymore, but all these young guys behind me, they're going to suffer. When you take the female catch away from them, I mean, from unlimited to a moratorium, that don't make any sense. And then when the peak of the best we can do is 10 bushels. You're going to take all these guys that can crab down here and make a living selling females and shove them all up into the rivers, into Currituck Sound, Chowan River, and we're going to be on top of each other and just fighting each other all the time to be able to catch a male crab. And then once you do all this work and you find out what we're doing, like you've done for the past 40 years, ain't working. That's what aggravates me. What you've done and implemented does not work, has not been working. You know, size limits, where we can set areas, you know, we have closures for the sponge crabs, none of it's worked. And in 15 years, you can take all these moratoriums and you're going to say, what the hell we do now? These guys are out of business. We won't have no place to work, no place to sell. When I started this job, a rigged crab pot probably cost way less than $20. Now it's $65. An outboard motor cost $4,500 for a 200 Johnson years ago. Now my 300 Mercury costs $30,000 plus another $6,000 to rig it. You ain't got to put us out of business. We're going out of business. Nobody's getting into the business anymore. We've probably had 24 people in Dare County that's either gone out of business or died. And no young kids come in anymore because there's no money there.
That's your time.
So please save us.
Thanks, sir. Brenton Shackelford.
Well, it's good to see y'all. It's been a while since y'all come to Dare County, one of the most viable regions in the state for landings and catches. Y'all got the reins of a failure, complete, utter failure. And it's a failure by design. A few of you might remember Jules. I know that you do. Remember what Jules said when he came out of the Fisheries Reform meeting when it was stamped? He said, boys, you got just a little bit of time. He said, that's all I could do for you is buy you some time. He said, agenda-driven special interest, which is sitting right behind me, has got the upper hand. And he said, ultimately, how they're going to get you is solvency. When you can't make a living and you can't make enough money to support yourself, your family, your community, he said, you'll have to go do something else. And we've seen it. It's one thing after another. And that it wasn't rock, drum, flounders, now it's clams, crabs, it's, you name it. Every kind of way that a man can make a living anymore, and y'all go take it. And that's just pure deceit, is all that is. You know, I remember we used to start meetings with a prayer. You remember it. You don't see no prayer no more. Because when you say a prayer, you acknowledge where the creation comes from. And the economics of it, if you can't make any money catching it, you're not going to gear up to do it. Everything is too expensive. When was the last time y'all read your mission statement? I think you ought to read it every single meeting so that you know what you're tasked to do. not to manage fishermen, not to manage people, not to manage communities, but to manage fish. And when I see management measures come along when there's been more in the past few years than it's ever been, when I see management measures coming along to further decrease it, tell me what y'all have ever given back. I'd love to know that. Nothing.
Thank you, sir. Mike Burns.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Burris. I am from Wanchese, North Carolina. I also have the pleasure of serving District 1 representative to the Dare County Board of Commissioners. Being born and raised in Wanchese all of my life, whether directly or indirectly, my livelihood and the livelihood of my family has been affected by the commercial fishing industry. Year after year after year, more and more regulations come out, and as the gentleman that spoke before me said, you take. Well, what do you give back? Everybody I speak to says speckled trout running heavy, more flounder than they've seen. You know, and when it comes to the blue crabs, one gentleman spoke previously, hit the nail on the head. You're going from an unlimited to complete moratorium. From whatever we want to catch to zero, 6 months out of the year. You're destroying that industry. You're pretty much telling somebody you cannot go to work half of the year. Could any of you get by on half of your year's salary? Could you make a living? Could you pay your mortgage, car payment? These people have to spend money to get geared up to go do these things. And we're constantly jumping through hoops of what we can and can't do and what they have to buy, what they have to gear up to go do to try and make a living. And you make it harder and harder every single day. It affects more than just those folks, as Mr. Bateman said. It affects the restaurant industry. It affects our local tourism industry. Small Dare County, 39,000 people, top 10 in the state in what we send in taxes. Do you guys ever do an economic impact study on the economic implications of your rules and regulations? If you do, I'd love to see it. You can email me. I think these people deserve better. I think they deserve the right to go out and make a living. The blue crab, that's just nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense what you're doing. You don't know what's out there. Your studies are failed science. They can't be peer reviewed. The only person that reviewed it said, don't make a determination based on this. I think you need to do what Commissioner House said and tear it down to the bare bones, to the structure, and build it back right. And sometimes that's what you have to do. It takes a lot of work, but it's worth it. It's worth it to these people behind me. It's worth it to the people in this industry in Eastern North Carolina and what could be a well over $1 billion industry if handled properly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jeff Oden.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a fisherman. I've been doing it for 48 years, and I'm well into my 70s. So all I got to say is I've seen a lot of changes, and, you know, I'd like to talk about sustainability. You know, I've been hearing that word, and I've been on the HMS AP, I've been on the South Atlantic Council more times than I can shake a stick at, and as an AP member, and that's all I keep hearing. But, you know, we've heard via Britton, via Jerry earlier, and so many others, you know, sustainability, you know, when it comes to our industry, what's happening to it is not sustainable. When I started fishing, there were 8 fish houses in Hatteras Village, 8. We're down to 2, and I just went and visited in Peak Resources, a nursing home one of the owners of one of the two in Hatteras Village still left. And I doubt he'll come out of there alive. And so I don't know what's going to happen when Hatteras is down to one, but that's where it's heading. And y'all are doing your damnedest to make sure that's the case. And, you know, we can't live on a bucket of this, a bucket of that, but that's what you're leaving us with. Each and every one of you. I mean, I don't know where the agenda, well, Britton said it best. The agenda is probably behind me, but, you know, at some point, y'all have got to realize, you know, 10% of this country are perhaps recreational fishermen, but 100% are consumers. Anyhow, I've said probably more than I should, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Lewis Moulton.
How y'all doing? Thanks for coming. My name's Lewis Moulton. I'm a commercial fisherman and charter captain. I live right here in Kitty Hawk. I'd like to speak against the proposed albacore management plan. There's been no stock assessment and no other fisheries is managed without resource allocation or user group quotas. And I believe this could set a dangerous precedent for other fisheries. I'd also like to speak against the proposed speckled trout slot limits. Discards will then become a bigger issue. I mean, this year has been some of the best trout fishing, I think everybody agrees, that we've ever seen, you know. I'm 50 years old. I'm probably the new guy in commercial fishing, and I think we need to do everything we can do to keep this industry alive here in Dare County. Thank y'all.
Thanks, sir. Gwen Newman. You bailed me out. I thought I had said it so bad that you couldn't even recognize who you were supposed to be.
Yeah, it took me a little while to unzip my big purse. I'm Gwen Jarvis Newman. I'm 64 years old and a commercial fishing woman. My husband and I both have served on commercial fishing committees and helped in offices as well in the state and worked on projects to better the industry with our children along our side. I was born and raised in the commercial fishing industry. My paternal grandfather was a commercial fisherman. He owned a processing plant and handled many kinds of seafood, employed many, owned several vessels, helped some employees build new homes, and had 3 sons in commercial fishing that also built 2 processing plants in Hyde County. My father, a commercial fisherman, owned several vessels and owned and operated a marina and owned and operated a charter business as well. With his 5 children, my siblings, all along work siding with him and independently at times. One of my sisters and her husband own several commercial vessels today and operate a processing business, and their children have worked alongside of them. My husband is Thomas Edward Newman Jr., known by most as Eddie, and he's a lifelong commercial fisherman and also had a maternal great-grandfather, paternal and maternal great-grandfathers and father that were commercial fishermen. They all own several vessels. 3 of them owned and operated processing plants, employing many in that business. He has many uncles, cousins, 2 brothers have been commercial fishermen and own 2 processing plants today, employing very many. So as you have heard, our history runs deep and wide on both sides in commercial fishing. This is a life I know well and have chosen to continue alongside my husband of 43 years. With stricter rules and regulations, I've had to operate vessels on my own for us to afford to live in the past several years. We raised our children in this profession as a means to provide for our family. After finishing a 4-year degree, our son chose to start his own commercial fishing business and has continued today and also advocates every aspect of the industry for us all, with a passionate drive and with much knowledge of this industry, to see that commercial fishermen and women can continue to provide all with fresh harvested seafood for our state and this great USA. We take much pride in producing seafood. We want to continue to do this. We want and need rules and regulations for a sustainable livelihood. We are the stewards of the working waters. What we don't want or need is to be over-regulated and put out of business. Without us, there will no longer be any hard-working individuals and families braving the elements, bringing seafood to your tables. Other countries have horrible measures of producing seafood in some very horrible environments. This attack on us didn't start yesterday. Ongoing groups behind me too, attacking us with false information and spreading a hatred by painting us as savages. Yes, we are growing angry, and if someone was threatening any of you and your family with what you do for a living, you would want to be worried about being removed from this industry too, or your business. And such ridiculous rules and regulations as we are here facing today, you would stand up for your livelihood and heritage as well.
That's your time.
So in closing, I hope you all vote considering us.
Thomas?
Yep, my name is Thomas Newman. I'm a full-time commercial fisherman, and I also work with the North Carolina Fisheries Association. And first of all, the division and the commission owe it to the public to discuss blue crab today. You cannot put out a document threatening the livelihoods of so many people and not have an open discussion before the final vote. Secondly, as you can see from the handout, this false albacore rule is wrong. Most fishermen think and have been told that these proposed limits are guarantees. But as you can see, the rule says not to exceed these limits. It makes zero sense to issue a rigid rule with highly variable limits without any biological or conservation reasons. Speckled trout. Speckled trout in North Carolina have always been managed by Colston events. The proposed slot limits will create unnecessary discards for commercial fishermen and anglers who want to harvest and eat fish. Slot limits will dramatically increase unmanaged recreational discards and create far more management problems to address in the future if this proposal goes forward. Oysters. The proposed deepwater reef closure has no habitat recovery plan. Regulations and reduction in oysterment has minimized habitat impacts in this fishery. These reefs are under far greater threats from environmental issues. Fishermen want to protect these areas, but we also need to work together to create a plan instead of just pointing fingers at this handful of fishermen and blaming them for environmental issues beyond their control. Clams. The proposed ban of mechanical clam harvest is the clearest example of how broken and unjust the system has become. Only 2 or 3 clammers are left in this state, continually pushing smaller and smaller buffer zones to protect oysters and SAV habitat. They have followed every rule, complied with every regulation, and reduced their environmental impact to a minimum. Yet they're still being told they must go. No acknowledgement of their efforts, no concern for their families, just simply told to leave. Sadly, this is the story of the commercial fishermen. Marshland continues to be developed. Sand can be moved and pumped on the beaches, and the last fish house can be torn down to build condos. But despite everything we do to comply, we are still the problem. We are always the first and often the only ones who are punished for problems created by someone else. Who will you blame when we are gone? If the division was truly concerned and wanted sustainable solutions, they would be working with the last few fishermen, not just telling us to leave. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brownie Douglas?
I don't have anything y'all would like to hear. I'll bow out.
Thank you, sir. Frank Helms?
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I'll just bow out.
All right. Justin Stewart?
How are y'all doing today? My name is Justin Stewart. I own TW's Bait and Tackle in Kitty Hawk. My family started the business in 1981, and after 40-some years, they retired, and I took over the Kitty Hawk location. Doing a closure on flounder, with the flounder closures, speckled trout, it's one thing after another, like a lot of these guys have said. Speckled trout is by far our number one species that people come to visit us to buy fishing tackle for. Hundreds of thousands of dollars every year, and more or less wiping the slate clean, being able to close something that is, like somebody else said earlier, it's always been regulated by natural disaster, cold stuns, this or that. By far the most plentiful fish in the sound, as well as a red drum and flounder, and we without a doubt, see more of them than anything. You could walk on the flounder last year. I had people in the store daily talking about, why can't we keep this and why can't we keep that? And I don't have an answer for them because the laws are unrealistic. So the economics of the whole situation is really, really affecting us as well as all your commercial guys and seafood sales. The sad reality of it is that what can you keep inshore? If you're going to book a day to go on an inshore guide, or if you're going to go just with your family to go fish, you can keep 1 puppy drum and 3 bluefish. Nobody's going to want to do that. Nobody's going to want to pay to take a charter to do it. Nobody's going to want to come into the store and spend $50 or $60 buying the tackle to do it. It's unbelievable. Striped mullet's another one. I mean, that's by far our number 1 selling bait. And then again, we're cut off at the kneecaps, whether it be me selling it, the commercial guy I buy it from. There's millions of dollars every year of tourism that come down to go fishing. And with these steep regulations that we're seeing year after year after year, people are not going to do it. They came to the Outer Banks for 40 years, 50 years with their family to come down and go fishing. And if they can't keep anything, what's the point? So that's really going to conclude what I have to say. I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Stephen Spruill.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Spruill. I'm a commercial fisherman for about 20 years. I also serve as a board member for NC Catch and the North Carolina Fisheries Association. I'm here today to represent the hardworking men and women of North Carolina's commercial fishing industry and to speak out against the damaging management decisions that threaten their livelihoods. The Southern Flounder Draft Amendment 4 is being pushed under a false notion that it will allow more recreational access. In truth, shifting the allocation a year early will do nothing to benefit the Southern Flounder stock and likely won't create any real increase in recreational access. The only thing it will guarantee is another unfair reduction for the commercial sector. Right now, commercial fishermen are facing an extreme 72% reduction in the Southern Flounder fishery. NCFA's position and mine is that the reduction should be lowered to a 52%. This is still a reasonable cut that meets regulatory needs, but ensures that both recreational and commercial fishermen are given fair access. The current approach where commercial fishermen are penalized to benefit others is only unfair, but it will create unnecessary conflict on the water. We are being asked to sacrifice our livelihoods for no good reason, and we won't stand for it. The proposed blue crab harvest reduction are based on stock assessments that is not even reliable. Even DMF has admitted that there is little evidence proving that overfishing has occurred or that the goal of Amendment 3 will be met. Yet, instead of addressing those uncertainties, you are moving forward with a drastic cut that will put crabbers out of business. The current DMF recommendation imposes a 10-bushel limit on mature females and from June through December, and a complete closure from January through March, resulting in a 21.7% reduction. There are even more extreme options on the table that even could reduce the harvest by 50%. These cuts cannot be justified with the current data, and if they go through, they will devastate North Carolina's crabbing industry. Before you make decisions that threaten the livelihoods of thousands of fishermen, you need to absolutely be certain that the data supports these drastic actions. From what we're seeing on the water, the science just isn't there. This process is moving quickly, and while no vote is happening today, I urge you to reconsider these proposed regulations before it's too late. If you push these through without proper justification, be ready for a strong resistance. The commercial fishing industry will not sit quietly as our livelihoods are being stripped away. We will fight for our right to fish and to make a living. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Stephen Creef. I got the last names written down here for me as Creef. Yeah.
Sorry if I go over a little, but I had a little while to prepare. Carson Creef, County Commissioner of Dare County. Unlike you all, I was elected by the people and swore an oath to the Constitution. In 1942, Adolf Hitler signed off on the final solution and mass extermination of Polish Jews. He did it because in 1942 he was fully aware he was going to lose the war, so he decided to cause as much damage as possible. 6 proclamations at once. Is this your final solution? Why are you scared? Did the foreign seafood companies need to speed up the monopolization of the industry? Or has the CCA threatened to cut the money off? 2 of my great 8th grade uncles, Francis and Richard Lee, and first cousin 6 times removed, Carter Braxton, signed a document in defiance of tyranny such as this. It reads as such: when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, in this case the destruction of our industry, which is protected by Article 1, Section 38 of the state constitution, to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and provide new guards for their future security. These men behind me have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You write proclamations like a king, an unelected board who doesn't reside in Dare County, who puts my constituents in perpetual poverty, forcing fishermen to throw away their gear and assets they worked their whole lives for. My first cousin's back there. He crabs. He just built a house for his wife and his 1-year-old child. Now a 10-basket limit, over $100,000 worth of assets and pots and boats worthless now because of a proclamation. Best friend trout fishes, 2-year-old daughter, same situation. Nets, boats, gear, worthless. No subsidies for fishermen. But if a farmer loses a crop, he's compensated. I am calling on our state Congress to act on behalf of these forgotten men and remove commercial fishing from NCDMF and NCDEQ. Set up a separate committee with elected officials or put us under the Department of Agriculture. Steve Troxler is a good man and can find moderate ground for conservation and the welfare of these good people. 4 of 12 of Jesus' disciples were commercial fishermen. In 1775, commercial fishermen from Rhode Island and Massachusetts leased and operated their vessels in the first ever U.S. Navy, knowing full well the war was a gamble with the risk of being hanged for treason. In the Revolutionary War, 82% of commercial fishermen ages 16 to 35 fought in the war, compared to a 39% average. That is cc'd by Christopher Margus, Ph.D. and Director of the Atlantic History Center. Commercial fishermen gave their lives to spread faith to billions and provide a free country where children deserve the right to dream. If nothing is worth fighting for, then when did this begin? Should Moses have thrown down his staff? Should Christ have refused the cross? Should the patriots have refused to fire the shot heard around the world?
Your time.
Our grandfather was a highly decorated World War II vet and spent every night helping the boys with the shedders my other grandfather invented. I seek bipartisan support from state Congress to ratify the situation and help these long-forgotten people who deserve medals, not persecution.
So
if we let this board continue to try to regulate us to
making it to
extinction,
where they're not going to want to have another meeting up here. So, come on. That's your time.
And if we fail, then so be it, because Peter, a commercial fisherman, still guards the gate.
All right, is there anybody that didn't get to speak that would like to speak? All right, and I want to thank everybody from Dare County and Currituck County and the surrounding areas that came out, and I felt like we really needed a meeting back up here. We got it, and as we can see, it was well worth coming up here and letting you folks speak. And so that'll end our public comment period, and we're going to get on with some of the business we have for this afternoon. And I really appreciate y'all coming out. Thank you very much. So I'm going to give them a few minutes for what want to leave to get out, so we won't have so much turmoil. Yeah, why don't everybody take a break for a few minutes while they get out, if you need to go to the restroom or whatever. All right, if everybody'd start getting back to their seats so we can get started. All right, we're getting ready to start back. So who are we? Colonel, will you see if William Service might be right outside the door there talking? Okay. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so I think everybody's here. So we're going to get started. So I don't have a gavel, so I'll do that and say, okay, we're going to start the meeting. And I think we'll start off by standing with a moment of silence and then the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, I want to remind everybody of their having to make sure that they stay within the conflict of interest reminder, and remember to try to pay attention to what you do so that you don't have any conflicts. And then we'll ask Jesse for a roll call vote, or a roll call.
Commissioner Blathay?
Aye.
Commissioner Blanton?
Here.
Commissioner Kloss? Here. Commissioner Gardner?
Here.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Here.
Commissioner Rader?
Hear that?
Present. Commissioner Roller?
Present.
Commissioner Service?
Present.
And Chairman Corbett.
Yes. And so now we need to do an approval of the agenda after we changed it because of the snow. If I can get somebody to make a motion to approve that.
So moved.
And seconded.
Okay, and I don't think we need no roll call votes unless we got.
I got one just comment on the agenda. Blue crab was removed. and I was hoping for just some discussion about that within the meeting, but the topic of blue crab was officially removed as an agenda item. I thought it was fairly important since the timeline seems to be staying the same, with adaptive management being discussed and voted on in May. That leaves no opportunity for the current sitting commissioners that are here today to have preliminary discussions. And so that was a concern of mine, and I just wanted to bring that issue forward.
And I think instead of the whole thing there, I think Kat's going to discuss the blue crab thing some, if I understood right. Weren't you going to do that in your director's report or something?
I'm just giving a brief update on what the timeline is and the meetings next week and what we're doing, but
There you go. Yeah.
that's it.
And so if you have something you want to comment on, then that, that's fine. But other than that, we've got the 3 meetings that, and like I've told everybody that was here that was leaving, they got 3 opportunities more to make public comment, and that will get back to us.
Right. And so I just wanted to really say that, blue crab is probably the most important commercial industry that we have in this state that is still left intact. And it should be considered further than just a one meeting, one motion decision. And so I do understand that there's 3 advisory committees that's going to meet next week. However, that's still a short timeline for commissioners to hear the issues at hand that should be considered through and through, being it's such a complex issue that there's no really one-size-fit-all decision to be made, and that the current atmosphere and climate of the crabbers that I have encountered are not in favor so much of the current recommendation. And so the seriousness of this issue goes quite deep, and I think it should be strongly considered as much as possible, so that the commissioners are well aware of how complex this issue will be when it comes time to make that decision.
And so with what I've heard today and your concerns, then after this meeting, when I get together with Kat and all, I may consider moving it to the August meeting instead of the May meeting. And that would give you the August meeting to get what they were going to bring to us at this meeting before the snow. And then in August, we could possibly have to vote on it.
That seems to be a little more fair, and I wouldn't be opposed to that. I just think that this issue is going to, I anticipate next week you will hear vastly more information that will come out from these crabbers that hopefully attend well at these advisory committee meetings and that speak well to the issues at hand. And that was my concern, that the timeline would be considered.
Okay, and I'll consider that and talk with Kat and the staff about possibly doing it that way. Okay, so we had a motion and a second to approve the agenda as it is, and you said because we got somebody, we need to do a roll call vote? Okay.
Commissioner Bethea?
Aye.
Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Commissioner Claus? Aye. Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Aye.
Commissioner Rader? Aye. Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
And Chairman Corbett.
Yes. And so now we need an approval of the meeting minutes.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
And seconded, Rader.
And since we've got Mr. Hobgood on there, we're going to do a roll call. We'll probably just go ahead and do a roll call vote on everything. Since
That sounds good. Commissioner Bethea?
Aye.
Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Commissioner Claus? Aye. Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Aye.
Commissioner Rader? Aye. Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
And Chairman Corbett.
Yes. And so you all had time, I'm sure by now, you've probably got a lot of letters, online comments like everybody has, and just to know there's, part of it's in here, you got it on your laptops, just keep reviewing that stuff. And the ethics training and statement of economic impact reminder to make sure you do that. And I don't know, Jesse, do you know where everybody stands on that?
There's a couple of outstanding issues that we're working through, but we should have that resolved by this week.
All right, thank you, sir. And so with that, we're going to do the director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to keep this shorter than usual. We're going to forego some of our updates from South Atlantic, Mid-Atlantic, ASMSC. Some of that material is in your hand, in your books. So, and obviously, if you have any questions, we'll always be happy to talk about those anytime. And so I'm just going to hit a couple of highlights. One thing I just wanted to let everyone know, I'm sure everyone is already aware, we do have a new Department of Environmental Quality Secretary, Reed Wilson. He comes from the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. He brings a wealth of experience in environmental protection, land conservation, and government and nonprofit leadership to DEQ. Also, John Nicholson has returned as the Chief Deputy Secretary for DEQ. He served as the Chief Deputy Secretary under Secretary Regan when he was here, and we're glad to have John back as well. The Secretary and John visited the headquarters last week, a week before last, and got to tour our facility and meet our staff and talk about some of the work that's going on at the division. And we look forward to continuing to work with them.
And
Kat,
one
yes,
thing.
sir.
We couldn't have done no better than those two. I can tell you that.
Yes, sir. I'm very
secretary
excited.
Is great, and John Nicholson, I worked with him for 3 years, probably when I was chairman before, and we couldn't do no better.
I agree. We're very excited about it as well. Just real quick on the mandatory harvest reporting, staff has been busy doing outreach, trying to spread the word about the mandatory harvest reporting. We've got a lot of work to do to get everyone up to speed and ready for December the 1st of 2025, so we'll continue to work on that. And we have a table outside with staff manning that, so if you have any questions about mandatory harvest reporting, whether it's commercial or recreational, they'll be more than happy to walk you through that and what the regulations are and what we're doing to get ready for December the 1st. Just really quickly on the CCA lawsuit, it is still ongoing. The parties attended a court-ordered mediation in Raleigh in February. The trial is scheduled to begin on April the 21st in Wake County, and it will last for a total of 6 weeks. It will be split into 2 sessions. There will be a 2-week break between sessions, with the trial resuming on May 21st and concluding on June the 13th. So that's the schedule that we have right now, and if we have any updates and anything happens along the way, we'll be sure to let y'all know. A little bit regarding the observer trip scheduling system. So we've been keeping you up to date on that. In late January, early February, the division held 6 in-person training sessions throughout the state for this new, what we call the OTIS system for the anchored gillnet fishery. This system is required under the state's new incidental take permit, and the purpose of the OTIS is to streamline the scheduling of observer trips in order to better help us maintain compliance with the ITP. The OTIS went live on February the 17th. It had a little bit of a rocky start, but we got that well under control pretty quickly. And really the success of this system depends on the cooperation with the fishermen. So obviously, if there are fishermen out there or listening online, if you have any questions about OTIS or need any help with it, don't hesitate to contact our staff. We'll be more than happy to walk you through it. I did want to just update the commission really quickly on the Central Southern Management Area striped bass issue that was in Amendment 2. Some of you may not be very familiar with this, but it was adopted in November of 2022, and it called for maintaining the gillnet closures above the ferry lines on the Tarpam and the Neuse River systems, and maintaining the 3-foot tie downs below the ferry lines. And also included as part of the adaptive management in Amendment 2 is In 2025, we would review the data through 2024 to determine if populations are self-sustainable and if sustainable harvest can be determined. So the staff is working on looking at the data relative to this and the gill net prohibition, and we will be back to you in May with some background, some more history of that subject, and then we will be back in August with the analysis of the data that we have looked at in accordance with the fishery management plan. So I just wanted to just grease that skid a little bit so you could just be thinking about it and won't be surprised hearing about it in May when we come back to you with some of the background on that issue. For just a couple of things about black drum, sheep's head, and Atlantic bonita, we are currently reviewing draft papers from staff on black drum and sheep's head. They have gotten things compiled. We just saw it last week or week before, so that was been our first look at it. So we're working on it, and we will bring that information forward when it's ready and let you know what the kind of the timeline on these are. We are not currently working on Atlantic bonita, but we are filling some of our vacancies. I believe, Jason can correct me if I'm wrong, but we had 18 vacancies in our fisheries management section, and we have filled maybe half of those. So we are working on that, and we have Atlantic bonita on our list. So we are working on that, and it's definitely on our list. So please be patient with us as we work through this, because we really are low on resources for sure. And just to mention the blue crab, so in accordance with the Blue Crab Amendment 3 Adaptive Management Framework, the division is taking the adaptive management options out for consultation with the northern, the southern, and the shellfish crustacean ACs next week. Those meetings are the 18th, the 19th, and the 20th. The division staff, and this is in accordance with the plan, the division staff will be available. I hope everyone is kind of paying attention here. I'm sorry that a lot of the folks left with public comment, but maybe online. So we are going to, the meetings start at 6 next week like they always do, but the staff is going to be available from 5 to 6 to answer questions and try to have some conversation with fishermen about their concerns and hear their concerns and talk about that prior to the meeting. So we'll be there at 5 o'clock, ready to answer any questions that fishermen might have before the meeting actually starts at 6. This does not take place of the public comment that happens during the AC meeting, so that will still happen as well at all of the meetings. But we're just trying to do this to address what we're hearing from folks with the whole 3 minutes doesn't work for me. We totally get that, and we're trying to, allow some time to have more of a conversation about these issues because they are hard, they're difficult, and you can't do it in just 3 minutes, so we understand. And Mr. Chairman, that is all that I have.
Thank you, ma'am. So, yes.
Without short-circuiting the avoidance of all of the updates, the issue of the secretarial amendment, red snapper, was raised by the public, and I don't know much aside from what I've heard from Commissioner Roller. Could you just tell us, with this much information about what the time course and whether there's an expectation for that to come to the commission at some point?
Trish Murphy is here, who's the South Atlantic chair, and she was kind of prepared for this question to potentially come up. So if it's okay, Mr. Chairman, Trish, come up and talk about it.
And I think, Doug, what Dewey was asking us to do was write a letter supporting.
Yeah, and so what I was asking about was a time frame, and then whether our meetings allow that to happen and when, and whether there's something that we need to do or not.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, okay. As far as time frame for commenting, we do need to have, the deadline for commenting is Monday at 5. So it's very quick.
So if we wanted to get somebody to make a motion to write a letter for that, we would need to do it like immediately.
Yes.
So if anybody would like to make that motion, and I don't remember what, yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
I would like to make a motion to write that letter.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
I'll second, yeah.
And Trish, since you're up there, it was Amendment 59?
Yeah, so it's a secretarial amendment. This is different from how the council does it. And this was a result from a settlement agreement from a lawsuit. And the settlement agreement basically said you need to end overfishing and have a final rule to end overfishing in the Federal Register by like June 6th. So they're on a very tight timeline. I don't know how much detail you all need me to go into, if you need background or just what it says or whatever.
I'd love to hear it. It doesn't sound like it's a very long amendment.
There's like 5 or 6 actions in there, actually. It goes beyond, well, our council discussed it last week, and it does go beyond what the settlement agreement is. The settlement agreement is to end overfishing. And they do that in basically action 1 and 2, where they change the F proxy, which actually, the F proxy currently is a fishing rate at SPR 30%. This changes it, and I have to read the wording. It actually changes it to, how does it say? Whatever, I can't remember exactly, but it's basically whatever's reasonable that meets best scientific information available. So at this point, they recommend an F proxy that is equal to the average of the Fs, the current Fs for 21 to 23. And therefore, it is no longer overfishing. So they just basically bring the F down from an F30 to somewhere between an F15, F20. So so it does end overfishing. And then second action increases the ABCs and ACLs pretty significantly, that it equals to, for the recreational, it equals to between 5 and 9 days of fishing over Saturday, Sunday weekends. It increases the commercial trip limit from 75 to 150 pounds. But in order to do that, it's because since there's a recreational discard issue, it also proposes a discard management area off the coast of Florida between Canaveral and Georgia-Florida line. And that closure is to all snapper grouper species, hook and line, for December through February. And it's like equals a 24% reduction in discards. But as far as North Carolina, I mean, it is good for our fisheries, our fishermen. Everybody gets a little more. I'm a little concerned with the F proxy that they switched it down. They brought it down so low. But the logic from National Marine Fisheries Service is that there will be a stock assessment in next year. And so they felt like with the recruitment being so high, there was a low risk of overfishing, since they'll have a new stock assessment pretty quickly. I don't know if
Go ahead,
did I
Tom.
get everything else, or?
Oh, no, Trish, you did a really good job explaining that. I think it's important to note, we hear a lot about red snapper from our constituents, and listening to the discussion of the South Atlantic Council was really an example of why the council couldn't decide on a good management plan going forward. We know it's important to North Carolina fishermen, but we're about 1% of the East Coast catch, and Florida represents something like 87%, which is almost entirely discards. And so without addressing discards in Florida, we can't really do anything for North Carolina fishermen. I personally hate to see closed areas for anybody, but I don't see how North Carolina fishermen can expect to have access to this fishery without that sort of management. And National Marine Fisheries Service did do a very thorough analysis of all the different ways of which they could do that and bring down the catch so we could have more of a coast-wide season. It's a tough pill to swallow, but it is good for North Carolina fishermen, commercial and recreational. I should also note that it moves the seasons up. So our commercial fishermen, you'll see I think not this year, obviously, assuming it goes through, but next year it would open at May 1st for commercial to coincide with the shallow water grouper opening, and recreational will move up until June as well.
Yeah.
All right, if no more discussion, take a vote on that.
Commissioner Blatte?
Aye.
Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Commissioner Claus? Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hobgood?
Aye.
Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
And Chairman Corbett.
Yes. All right, thank you, Trish. All right, so now we're going to go to Catherine Bloom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I say one thing before you
Yes,
start?
sir.
When whoever is going to do that letter, can I see it before you send it out? Thank you. All right, thank you, Catherine.
Yes, sir. My name is Catherine Bloom. I'm the Division's Rulemaking Coordinator for the Marine Fisheries Commission rules. You all may know that, but there are folks online listening that may not know me. I'm going to provide an update on the status of rulemaking in support of your ongoing rulemaking cycles today. At the end of the presentation, you're scheduled to vote on final approval of the 8 rules in this year's rule package. So here's an overview of the presentation. We'll be starting with an update on your 2 ongoing rulemaking cycles, and including the subjects and next steps for the 2023-2024 cycle and the 24-25 cycle. There'll be an opportunity for the commission to ask questions. I'm glad to address those. And then the last item is your scheduled rulemaking action for that final vote on the 8 rules. All right, first let's review the 2023-2024 rulemaking cycle. So almost 2 years ago, at your May 2023 business meeting, you approved notice of text for rulemaking to begin the process for a very large package of rules totaling 103. There are 18 rules remaining from that package that are awaiting a final effective date. These 18 rules cover 3 different subjects. There are 5 rules in support of data collection and harassment prevention for the conservation of marine and estuarine resources. There are 12 rules with conforming changes to reflect the discontinuation of the Division's Shellfish Relay Program, as well as updates to a shellfish lease rule to limit additional acreage for shellfish leaseholders who are not in good standing with their current lease. And then there is a single permit rule with conforming changes related to shellfish plants and inspections. So let's take a look at the next steps for those rules. This slide shows an overview of those steps. These are the requirements of the rulemaking process. And there's a table that looks very similar in your rulemaking section of your briefing book. So most of the rules in this package went through the required steps and became effective last summer, and that was to meet readoption deadlines required by statute. The 18 rules remaining in this cycle are near the end of the process. So you already took final action on these rules last year in May. The Commission gave final approval, but these rules are automatically subject to legislative review. Because the short session was already underway last year, we had to wait for this year's long session for those rules to be available at the General Assembly level. So that session started in January, and we are almost there. I believe yesterday was legislative day 24. We need to make it to day 31, so we've got a little bit more to go. Maybe in the next 2 weeks, it's possible that those rules could be effective. And so when that happens, if it happens, a news release will be issued and the rules will be published in a rule book supplement.
All right, so that was just information of where we are with the 23-24 cycle. So let's shift to the 24-25 cycle, this year's package. So last August 2024, you approved notice of text for rulemaking to begin the process for a much smaller package of rules, only 8 instead of 103. So these 8 rules cover 3 different subjects: the Interstate Wildlife Violator Compact, false albacore management, and pot marking requirements. So we'll cover the highlights for each subject, including the public comments that the Commission received during that part of the process. All right, that first subject is the Interstate Wildlife Violator Compact. For this presentation, I'll just call it the Compact. It's a little easier to say. So the Compact is a voluntary interstate agreement, but North Carolina's participation in the Compact has been enacted into state law, so it must be implemented and enforced. State law requires the Wildlife Resources Commission and the Marine Fisheries Commission to adopt rules necessary to carry out the Compact. The Wildlife Resources Commission has already adopted its rules, so now it's your turn. The Compact provides participating states with a mechanism to participate in a reciprocal program. Now, this program achieves 2 main objectives. One is to promote compliance with statutes, laws, administrative rules, and regulations relating to the management of wildlife resources in their respective states. And the second objective is to provide for the fair and impartial treatment of wildlife violators operating within the participating states in recognition of both the individual's right of due process and the sovereign status of a party state. The slide wouldn't advance for me to finish my comments. I knew I had more to say. For the purpose of the Compact, I emphasized the word wildlife a couple of times because you might say, why am I talking to you about wildlife? Well, for this law, wildlife has a definition that includes marine and estuarine resources that are managed by you and by the division. So the Compact applies to commercial and recreational fishing licenses and permits, even though it's called wildlife. In that law, wildlife reaches marine and estuarine resources. There was one speaker at the public hearing who expressed support for these 6 proposed rules, and a copy of that public hearing summary is in your briefing materials. All right, now we can move on to the second subject, false albacore. While there's no need to manage to meet sustainability requirements, the Marine Fisheries Commission is seeking proactive management of false albacore to limit expansion of new and existing false albacore fisheries. The proposed adoption of this rule would provide a mechanism to implement management measures to cap harvest when the false albacore fishery landings exceed a set threshold. Management measures would be implemented by proclamation not to exceed a 3,500-pound daily commercial trip limit, a 10-fish daily recreational bag limit per person, and a 30-fish daily recreational vessel limit. Now, the threshold is 200% of average landings from both sectors combined from 2018 through 2022. Harvest restrictions could be implemented if the threshold is exceeded and with Marine Fisheries Commission consent. Currently, there are no rules in place for management of false albacore in North Carolina. In fact, the proposed rule adoption could be the first regulation for the false albacore fishery implemented in Atlantic waters. Now, recently, Massachusetts has proposed a 5-fish bag limit for false albacore and Atlantic bonito combined, with a 16-inch minimum size limit. The Massachusetts Marine Fisheries Advisory Commission is scheduled to take a final vote on its proposed regulation at the end of this month, and their rule could be effective by June. So there is another entity looking at false albacore.
So can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Did they do anything on commercial harvest? That is commercial.
I'm glad Commissioner Roller could answer that question because I could not. Thank you, Commissioner Roller. All right, so there's no baselines.
Wait, hold on, sir. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Were commercial stakeholders consulted in Massachusetts about these regulations?
So, I mean, I think we can save this debate for the rule itself, but yes, they have a lengthy public process like we had, and it was, I listened to some of the meetings. It was extensive, and I'll bring it up too. New York discussed it at their MFC equivalent last week, and Connecticut and Rhode Island are considering the same. But we can talk about this more.
Yeah, we'll have an opportunity to talk about it more.
And I am certainly not the false albacore expert, so I'm simply relaying that there are other entities looking at false albacore in addition to this body. But thank you. Thanks for filling in the gaps. There's no baseline stock assessment for false albacore and thus no biological basis for reducing harvest. The only mechanism to monitor false albacore in North Carolina is through annual landings, and that is not a measure for sustainability of the stock. There were 32 total public comments for this proposed rule during the formal public comment period. 12 written public comments were submitted in support, and then there were 18 speakers at the public hearing who expressed support, totaling 30 comments in support of the proposed rule. There were 2 written public comments submitted opposing the proposed rule, one of which stated the proposed rule does not go far enough, while the other opposing comments submitted by the North Carolina Fisheries Association stated without more biological data or support from at least one interjurisdictional management council or commission, NCFA cannot support arbitrary suppression of a viable North Carolina fishery while other states will not be subject to similar regulations. So a copy of all of the public comments and the public hearing summary are available in your materials. Okay, the final subject is pot marking requirements. Proposed amendments would simplify pot marking requirements for commercial fishermen by requiring only one of 3 ways to mark their pot buoys, not 2 ways. So currently there's 3 different things in play: the gear owner's current motorboat registration number, the gear owner's U.S. vessel documentation name, and the gear owner's last name and initials. So the current rule requires the gear owner's last name and initials be identified on each buoy as a baseline. Then if a vessel's used, the identification must also include one or the other of the gear owner's information. The rule change would simplify that to say just one. Any one of those 3 is sufficient. So there have been no problems with pot identification, and pot identification would be sufficient with a single identifier. The proposed amendments would simplify the requirements and grant some relief to commercial fishermen that use pots in their commercial fishing operation. There were no public comments received about this proposed rule. It is automatically subject to legislative review, and so it will have a delayed effective date if this body gives approval today and it keeps moving forward. We know it will have a delayed effective date. But let's take a look at where we are in the steps for the package of rules as a whole.
Can I say one thing about so we're taking the pot marking and bringing it back to what it was?
Yes, sir.
Because like 3 years ago, somebody, infamous wisdom was that they wanted to make it just like the gill net buoys, but the gill net buoys are different because with gill nets, you have to have your name on one buoy, your NC number or your documentation on the other buoy. So you really only had one marking on one buoy, like the crab pots have always had. They always either had your NC numbers or just your name. And so there was a confusion when the commission voted on it before, so we're just making it.
We're putting it back the way it was.
We're putting it back the way it was.
That's right.
Because there was no problem with it.
The commission was undergoing the rule readoption process, and at that point, you started with 375 rules or so, so it was a pretty hefty task.
Yeah.
And in the process of that, the commission has 9 rules with very similar wording for gear marking. And so we strived to make that wording consistent, and that's where the confusion started.
And when we go back to this, it will be consistent, because one buoy, one number.
Thank you. All right, so we'll move on to the timing and the steps for this package. This table looks very similar. It's the same required steps in the overall process, but this time it's for the 24-25 cycle. And again, you have this information in your materials. So on October 1st of last year, the news release was issued and the proposed rules were published in the North Carolina Register, and that's what started the public comment process. And that public comment period closed on December 2nd of 2024. So a single public hearing was held on October 30th, and Commissioner Hobgood, I can't see you right now, but thank you again for serving as the hearing officer that evening for that public hearing. So in total, we had 18 members of the public who provided comments at the hearing, and 14 written public comments received, which is a lot of public comment for Marine Fisheries Commission rulemaking as things go. All right, so today you're at this step, which is receive the public comments. I've just given you a summary, but you have that in your materials, and then vote on final approval of the permanent rules. If you approve the rules today, then following review and approval by the Rules Review Commission, the proposed rules have an earliest effective date of May 1st of this year, except for the pot marking rule, which I said earlier was subject to legislative review. Now, I know there's some folks listening online that don't understand what I'm talking about, so I'm just going to put in my usual plug about legislative review. I've mentioned it several times in this presentation. About a third of your rules subjects a person to criminal penalties. And so that's what makes those rules automatically subject to legislative review before they can become effective. This was a change the General Assembly enacted in 2019. It provides the opportunity for legislative oversight of those kinds of rules, but it does add more time to the overall process. So you'll continue to hear me talk about legislative review and timeframes. But once the rules do become effective, a news release will be issued, and then the rules will be published in the rulebook supplement. There is just one detail of note. Even if the proposed rules for the Interstate Wildlife Violator Compact, those 6 rules, even if they become effective as early as May 1st, the language in the rules provides that any offenses committed prior to July 1st will not count. The clock doesn't start till July 1st, and the intention was to align that with the license year, the fiscal year. So even if the rules become effective May 1st, those 6 rules, the impact of that won't start until July 1st. All right, so just covered that. As far as pot marking, the legislative review, that would be next year, so sometime next summer before that rule could become effective. There's one other item related to the violator compact rules I need to tell you about. It's minor, but it is important because it's the version of the rule you'll be voting on today. Since the rules were published in the North Carolina Register in October, staff identified a minor conforming change that's needed to one of the 6 Interstate Wildlife Violator Compact rules. So the rule number is 15A NCAC 030-0605, WVC reciprocal recognition of suspensions. So there's a copy of this rule as originally published and this updated version, both in your materials. The Rules Review Commission puts out what's called the Administrative Rules Style Guide, and it provides guidance of how to write good rules. And so one of the things it says is don't use the abbreviation EG, which means essentially, for example. We missed that. We started with the Wildlife Resources Commission rules, looking for consistency between the agencies. They actually wrote those rules before the style guide was updated to include this EG thing. So we replicated that piece and caught it a little bit too late. And so we've made this tiny little change. The substance is the same, but we've changed EG to read such as. And that is reflected in the version of the rule you're voting on today and is the version that would be submitted moving forward. So because it's a change since publication, I wanted to make sure to point that out to the commission. It's a lot of description for essentially something grammatical. All right, thank you for bearing with me on that one. So that provides you an overview of the 3 subjects in this package and the steps in the process. You have a copy of all of the public comments and a summary of the public hearing. And so the action before you today is to vote on final approval of the 8 proposed rules in your 2024-2025 rulemaking cycle. And with that, Mr. Chairman, it concludes the update I have. I'm glad to address or try to address, maybe with some assistance, any additional questions the commission has. Thank you.
All right, any questions? So we'll do them one group at a time, and go ahead, Tom.
I was just going to suggest, if you may, Chairman, that there's 2 rules that probably won't have much debate. Maybe we could dispense with those, the pot marking requirements and the Interstate Violator Compact and then go to false albacore?
Yep, that's kind of what I want to do.
Okay.
That sounds really good. So we'll do the first one on the interstate. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Just one comment to the division. I want to thank the director, Catherine, and Philip, for all the help with the pot marking and the simplification stuff. You know, Sammy mentioned there was some confusion, and so diligently we got back on that, and I appreciate the diligence on that.
All right, and so if you want to, we'll do a vote on the Interstate Wildlife Compact, the 6 rules there.
I'll make that motion.
Okay,
Second.
all right.
Commissioner Bethay?
Aye.
Jesse, I'm sorry, I think Hope is just making sure she's caught up. Yep, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bethay?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Commissioner Claus?
Aye.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Aye.
And Chairman Corbett.
Yes. All right, and so after that, we'll go to the pot marking next, once Hope gets there. And if no comment, I'll look for a motion in a second.
Motion to approve final adoption of the simplified pot marking requirements.
Second, Rader.
Motion and a second.
All right, I'll do the roll call in the order this time instead of getting distracted by Tom's face and doing it in that order. Commissioner Bethay?
Aye.
Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Commissioner Claus?
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Aye.
Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
And Chairman Corbett.
Yes. Yes, sir.
I would like to make a motion. May
All
I?
right. Yeah.
I move that we vote on the final adoption of 15A NCAC 03M.0523 for false albacore management.
And anybody second?
I would like to oppose that.
Well, hold on. We get a second first.
I'll second it.
Second.
Okay, and so we got a second, and now we can have discussion. Yes.
I feel like this needs to be up to a discussion again, because we have added a number of new commissioners since this came to us. And I think that it's important to kind of reiterate the background of this, that we're handling out false albacore through a different set of rules. We're actually handling false albacore management through rulemaking rather than an FMP process. And that is a little bit troubling to me, and I think we need to discuss that. And also, I feel like that the way that this was handled when this was sent out through rulemaking process, it gave everybody, especially the new commissioners, on the new commissioners, that this is something that we all agreed on, because all the rules were grouped together. We voted on them as a group. It went out, and it looked like this is a good thing. Let's do it. My concern is that false albacore are really important species of fish in North Carolina, not only for the recreational group, but for the charters, for the commercial industry. And I am very much concerned about them, for sure. But what really makes me nervous about this is that the opinion from the state is that their desire to have this managed hasn't changed. They don't feel like management is necessary. And the science in North Carolina dealing with false albacore hasn't changed since we started dealing with this. Also, the regional councils feel the same way, that false albacore are in a good position, no management is needed. And so what we're doing in rulemaking here in North Carolina is that we're looking at, we're the only way that we have any information on false albacore in North Carolina is through commercial trip tickets. So when we come up with regulation for that, it creates unbalanced regulation because it creates an unbalanced stock assessment. We are only getting information from the commercial folks. We have no recreational data on false albacore at all. And so we're basing rulemaking on no science in North Carolina. And the big takeaway that I've had while sitting here and listening to public comment is that people are really frustrated with slow coming data and incomplete data. And we are asking ourselves to make regulation based on no data. That scares me. And with this specific intent in reducing the ability for the commercial sector to expand in this fishery. And I feel like that doesn't sit very well with me. But we're saying that we want to regulate this for one group and potentially keep another group out of there. And I think when we go about regulating this fish with no science, it's going back to something that's become really problematic. We've heard it over and over again today in this room, that people are mistrusting the science. And now we're going to say, trust us with no science. And that scares me. And like I said, this is a very, very important fish to me. And I did, because so many of my friends commented on this, and some of my friends and coworkers have commented on this fishery, both from North Carolina and from other states, I made a point of reading what they had to say and taking in, and it was, they were very grateful for our fishery. They think it's a really special thing, and I do too. But when I approached my friends and my coworkers about this, what they were really concerned about, what they didn't realize when they signed up, when they made comments, is that the false albacore are being handled, they're being regulated in a different way. They're being regulated through rulemaking. They don't have an FMP, they don't have a stock assessment, but we're going to regulate, potentially put the onus on the commercial fishery to take the heat here. And so they were concerned about that. They still want to protect false albacore, but they didn't feel like that was maybe the right way to go about doing this. And so I think we owe it to ourselves, we owe it to the fishery, we owe it to the stakeholders to be able to listen to the stakeholders. And I think one of the things that's happened as this has gone through the rulemaking process is because a lot of the commercial fishermen out there are not used to seeing regulation on fisheries, on fish species coming through rulemaking. And I think that they missed an opportunity to comment because they didn't have an opportunity. And actually, there are several charter boat captains, there's some netters that may be coming in this afternoon who would love to speak to this subject, who can't be in here just yet because they're still on the water today. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I think that we should be very cautious with this. I don't feel comfortable with this as a commissioner in sending this forward. That's my thoughts.
And after looking at it, my thought on it is the thing that I don't like is how the commercial and the recreational fishery are tied together. You know, if one can apparently close the other one down, you know, and I couldn't find, I looked and looked and looked, and of course I'm a dumb crabber, so, you know, I might not have just been able to find it, but I can't find anywhere else in any fishery from Alaska all the way around where the two fisheries are managed together, you know, and so if we don't have a stock assessment, the AFMFC don't say there's a problem, DMF don't say there's a problem, and the only reason I can come up with by looking at it that we're managing it together is because by managing it together, it puts the commercial sector at a disadvantage for getting shut down, because you as a charter boat captain, when it closes, you can still carry charters, and you can still catch that fish, and you can release that fish, and you can still do it. But once it closes for that commercial sector, especially if the recreational sector closes it down, then the commercial sector cannot fish for it anymore. So, you know, if it needs to be regulated, and we were going to regulate it, it needs to be regulated as two separate groups, recreational on one side, commercial on the other side. But that's just my opinion.
So Chairman, I don't know where you get the idea of a closure from, because I don't think that is stated in this rule. The rule simply states that if you go to 200%, we put in some trip limits and bag limits, right? Now, those might be linked in the language, which is a pretty tall order, 200% over recent historical landings, which I may add are fairly high compared to the long-term average. And, you know, when we see the language, for a commercial fishing operation, specify trip limit not to exceed 3,500 pounds. I'm not sure there's ever been a trip in North Carolina that's had 3,500, and if it is, it ain't very many. Almost all the catches are, I don't have the stuff in front of me, but are under 500 pounds, and I think 2,000 was the upper limit. Now, that being said,
And I don't disagree with that.
I just want to be very clear, there was no talk about commercial closures here. This is the idea of, we have a very good fishery, and this is a stopgap measure to make sure that fisheries do not expand outside of our control. Now, we hear all this talk about, we want a stock assessment. I would love a stock assessment, but the state doesn't have the resources for a stock assessment, and the federal government probably doesn't have the resources for a stock assessment now. The Southeast Fisheries Science Center lost 17% of its staff 2 weeks ago in the first round of reduction in force for their personnel. Now that being said, you know, I'm glad, Commissioner Gardner, you brought up some of the public comment, though I don't know if I agree with your takeaway on that. We had overwhelming public comment on this issue. And listening to the public comment, I heard a lot of people clearly understand the process in which we were going forward with this, which was guardrails, because we don't have enough science in order to do a stock assessment. We are years away from that. I think that was very well understood and very well stated by many of our public commenters. And, you know, I find it interesting, when we had this rule hearing, that was probably one of the most commented rules we've ever had. I mean, obviously, the mandatory reporting is a different story. That's kind of a different point. But when we first discussed this, I also brought up another important point. We hear all this stuff. We don't want to set a precedent. We don't want to do things through rule. We do sheep's head through rule. I sat in the galley and listened to Captain Joe Shute and Anna Beckwith champion that through the end, because they knew they didn't have enough science and they felt that there needed to be regulations on that fishery. We do that through rule without stock assessment and minimal science. So when we first discussed this, I said to this commission, which was over a year ago, I said, you know, you should support this to be on the right side of history, right? And that we should support this to be a leader for a very important fishery that our fellow states don't have enough resources to fundamentally study. Now, being a leader has sparked some change up on the East Coast, and we heard it from Catherine during that presentation. Massachusetts is considering regulations, and they're going to vote for final approval here shortly. They have a process not dissimilar from this one, which has plenty of opportunity for public comment, and also, I may add, a very healthy and robust commercial fishery in that state. The regulations they're proposing are a 5-fish bag limit with a 16-inch fork limit for combined Atlantic bonito and false albacore. That is commercial too. 5 fish. 5. That's very different than what we're proposing here. Also, the North Carolina Marine Resources Advisory Committee, which is basically their MFC in the state, discussed this last week with minimal opposition to pursuing regulations. And I also understand Connecticut and Rhode Island are doing the same things. States understand that this is important, and states also understand that the ASMFC process has not been able to go forward with that. And if you listen to those conversations, it's not that people said that they didn't believe it should go on. It's that it may have not, they just don't necessarily have the space in their in their whatever, they don't have enough resources to conduct it at the time. That was why I proposed this sort of as not a last-ditch effort, but it's the best way forward to get management for a very, or perspective guardrails management for a very economically viable species. I'd be happy to discuss this at length, but I'm going to disagree with the general fact that the fishermen in general, recreational, commercial, and for hire, haven't had ample opportunity to comment on this over the last year and a half.
And then my only thing I'm going to say is, I still don't think it should be managed as one bulk unit. I think, if you want the commercial to be 3,500 pounds, then it's separate and away from the wrecks. And if you want the wrecks to have 10 fish, it's separate and away, the same way everything else is managed. That's my problem with it, is that you manage both groups as one. So, yes, sir.
First, I would like to say, as a new commissioner, I'm well aware of how this differs from the normal FMP process, and that it is a scientifically valid thing to look at trends, and we do have trend data. Now, I wasn't aware that albacore are not included in the MRIP data. Is that right? You were saying, Commissioner Gardner, there's no recreational data on false albacore. Are they not included in the MRIP data?
They are. There was, if I could just recap the timeline a little bit, around February of 2023, this was raised and a white paper was produced for this commission. That white paper contained the data available for the staff to consider, both recreationally and commercially. So that paper was given to the commission first, and then this commission said, yes, keep going, we're interested in the guardrail management. And then that morphed into the proposed rule and the fiscal analysis of that proposed rule. So that's where we've been already, and I know it's hard because we do have people that have joined the body at different times in that process.
But, I mean, the management by trend obviously isn't the gold standard. We would like to be able to do an FMP. One of my greatest concerns coming into this commission is and I've talked to the director about it a number of times, is the resources and the lack of resources that don't seem to be getting better with the division. And I know how hard the people that work, that put the documents and the information together that we see, and it seems clear to me that we're not going to have. If we initiate an FMP process now, it'll be 5 years or so, won't it, before an FMP would be finalized? So, in all sorts of sciences, following trends is a reasonable way to evaluate sort of for a population, for example, like we are here. We do have recreational data. The MRIP data arguably is better than the trip ticket data because of the data gaps within trip ticket. Trip ticket is a self-reporting, it's not a census essentially, whereas MRIP is a sampling process. And it is arguable.
Where's the data gap in trip tickets?
Non-reporting commercial.
And you'll see when they start reporting everything that there's nothing there. Because you got people, let's just take the two guys that are sitting right here. I mean, if I eat it, if I give it to a neighbor, if I sell it, it goes on my trip ticket. If I catch it, it goes on my trip ticket. And I can tell you that 99% of the commercial fishermen are just like me. The only stuff that gets caught on a commercial trip ticket or on a commercial licensed boat is the charter boat guys with a commercial license so they can fish cobia when the recreational quota is caught, or flounder when the recreational quota is caught, because those fish do not go on a trip ticket. So it's not the commercial guys that aren't turning in their landings. It's the recreational guys that have, or they're mostly charter boat guys, that have a commercial license that get to fish under that commercial quota but don't turn it in. So nobody knows more about trip ticket program than me because I worked through it since 1997.
And that's why I said it's arguable.
It's very arguable. And still, everything you've said, I'm not saying I disagree with any of it, but why do we put commercial and recreational together?
Well, if I could just finish.
Okay.
We do have, it's the best data we're going to get from recreational is the evidence data. And it is usable data, and it is a robust and it's a sophisticated sampling process, and I have a fair amount of confidence in it. So at any rate, we do have the albacore data, and and it seems to me that with the sort of the shortage of resources we have and the difficulty in getting an FMP together, that managing this obviously very important sport fish and commercial fish, potentially commercial fish by trend, seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, and I'm not saying, to a few people, it might be a viable commercial fish and it's not used that hard, but I still don't want it tied to the recreational fishery, to the commercial fishery. And you're right, MREP's probably the best that we've got, and it might be the best that we get even with what we're going to try to do now. But you're never going to convince me, as much as I've heard it said and as much as I've argued with a lot of people in this room and not in this room now, the trip ticket program is not there's nothing there that y'all think it is. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I just want to express my opposition to being managed together in a combined landings situation. And just one example that I could come up with here is that if the recreational fishery were to grow quite significantly and the commercial fishery were to stay stable, then the recreational fishery would end up affecting the commercial fishery and could be in a negative light. And so that doesn't make and jive and make sense with me, is to allow one sector to influence the other sector, and it could happen either direction. And so I'm not in disagreement that the rules should have been separated and considered differently. And so anytime you have a situation to where you have combined landings, somebody's going to be affected negatively. And so it shouldn't be one being penalized for some of the others' actions, and the recreational sector shouldn't want that either. And so I think it's not off the wall to believe that one day, one sector could possibly influence the other negatively.
It could, and it could be the commercial sector that negatively impacts the
Exactly.
recreational sector.
And so, fisheries management can go all kinds of ways, but
We're just doing a lot of things here that's not been done before, and, there's a lot of things for one fish that's not overfished. Overfishing's not occurring. Seems to be plenty of them. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't manage them some way. It's just, I don't like the two tied together. Go ahead.
So first of all, this approach is really common. We're just not used to seeing it because the way we do things is the way we do things, starting with fishery management plans and going from there. But frankly, if you look at all the nearshore fish in the whole Gulf of Mexico, almost all of those are managed by those states without fishery management plans and without all this kinds of stock assessments that we go through.
But commercial and recreational are still managed separately.
Well, let me come back to that point if you don't mind, Mr. Chair. And second of all, that's true for all the freshwater fish in North Carolina, all the terrestrial mammals in North Carolina. They're all using best professional judgment on the kinds of information that's routinely available, like this. That's point one. So it's a common approach. And as a matter of fact, we have been criticized in the CCA lawsuit specifically because of our over-reliance on FMPs in order to engage effective management. That's a big piece of that, their expert witness statements in that lawsuit. Which is interesting to me. And so I lost track of where I was going. Second thing, so the major failure of fishery management in our country has been the fact that it takes so long to engage management. For a crisis to develop, for a crisis to be recognized, for a crisis to be documented, for an algorithm to be performed, for a model to be produced to yield regulations at the end of the development of a process. So this approach is intended to recognize the importance of a natural resource management challenge and put in place sidebars that are way away from the current status in order to facilitate watching what happens. I'll just tell you, if this isn't on our list, there will never be a stock assessment in North Carolina. The resources aren't available. And so, in fact, all the list of other things that we ought to manage, if we have an expectation of having a peer-reviewed stock assessment before we begin the first management, will never expand beyond where we are right now. I actually don't know, the General Assembly isn't giving us the resources to do the science that's needed on what we've already got. So I think it's totally prudent for us to consider effective and justifiable approaches, including those that have been vetted in many other natural resource management contexts, to be able to take that into account. And so I frankly, I'm going to vote in support of this, just so you know.
Well, so,
Yeah,
and my only thing is, I'm still not against it.
Well, let me come back to
I'm
your
not saying
last-
I'm not against doing that. I'm just saying I'm against managing the two together.
Okay, I don't think they're tied the way you think they are. Wait, just a minute. May I? So all that happens here is that when the total load on the stock gets to a point that we are uncomfortable with because it's twice what it is now, then at that point, you say preliminary management is needed, and it takes the form that's laid out here. And so I don't think you could create a sector-specific trip point like that. I don't know, what would it be? Okay. If it goes to twice the current commercial limit, then this proclamation happens. Or if it goes to twice the current recreational load, it goes to that, regardless of whether the overall change in total mortality, which is what we really care the most about, reaches that threshold or not. So to me, the risk isn't that high on imposition across sectors, because it's a really high bar before anything happens, and then when something happens, it's actually not that hard on either sector.
Well, and it's not that hard for you to see or to worry about, because you're not sitting, and there's not many of them left, but there's a couple of them up here. You know, you're not sitting here to where every time we have one of these meetings, we take 10% of something away, we take 20% of something away, we take 5% of something away from the commercial sector. And so now the commercial fishery is not like it was when I was doing it in the 1980s and I was grouper snapper fishing all the time. And that's all I had to do, because I could keep doing that fishery. Now I crab, I oyster, I sink net, I roe mullet fish, and various other things. And it's because I can't make a living doing one thing anymore. I have to keep doing a lot of things to make a living. And this may be, let's just say that it was a 3,500 pound or whatever it is on albacore. And when the trip ticket, or when the recreational license started, I tried to get some data from Brandy about how many licenses were in 2007. And what I've heard, but I don't know it's a fact, that the first year that was like 250,000 licenses. Now we're up to like 1.5 million with the charter boat, head boat group licenses. All right, from 2007 to now, it's increased by over 12, 13, or 1.2 million licenses. All right, and so at the same time in 2007, there was about 20,000 commercial licenses. Now there's 5,000, and there's only 1,800 of them that are active. And by active, that means you have one trip ticket. And if you go down to 10 trip tickets, then you get to 500, you know. And so as one fishery is shooting up, which is great, I mean, it's absolutely great. I think it's a great thing. The other fishery is trending down. And if I was to decide to start fishing for albacore, which I'd never see that happening, I would like to know that my fishery is tied to me and the other fishermen, that commercially fish, not to the recreational fish. And I'm gonna let Tom, because I've skipped him 2 or 3 times.
Willie has a question also.
Thank you, Chairman.
I had a question. We were talking about this 200% threshold, and once we reach that, some things will happen. But before that, nothing happens. Okay, that's what I'm understanding. Okay. So my personal thought or question that I would have, and possible solution, is I'm assuming the probability of reaching the 2% is relatively low over the next few years at least. Would that be true? I mean, is there any thought about what the probability of reaching the 200% would, let's say, over the next 3 years would be?
So I'll make one attempt at answering your question, Commissioner Kloss, and then ask for a biologist to come save me. But the short answer is the information pulled together takes the fish harvested for a 5-year period, average, sectors combined, and then doubles it. In the rule, it states if that threshold is exceeded, then, and in the paper as well, we will bring information to you, and already started last August, on false albacore every year, as we do 37 other species, or 36 other species, whatever the number is. That's that really big book of information we bring to you at your August meeting. It has the latest report card, if you will, on each of the managed species for North Carolina. False albacore is now in that report card, okay? So we will bring you that update again this August. That is the mechanism used to determine if the threshold has been exceeded, if there were any anomalous conditions, is there something else to consider? And then the safeguard of the commission has to give approval at that point to act. And that action would be for a proclamation to be issued effective January 1st, so that stakeholders had time to be notified and prepare that the restrictions would be put in place January 1. So there are a lot of steps in the process, as Commissioner Roller described, guardrail management. Ultimately, the decision comes back to the commission before a proclamation would be issued. So we can't predict what will happen with harvest over the next 3 years for false albacore in either sector. But if that harvest increases dramatically, there would be a tool in the toolbox, where right now there is no mechanism in place to manage false albacore in North Carolina. So I don't know if that answers your question, and if I botched it, let's get Jason Rock or one of his staff here.
Tom, because he's about to bust, and I've cut him off twice.
Catherine, thank you. That was a great explanation. And that was really what I was looking for. We've had this debate at this commission a lot, multiple times, and this is how we reached this rule, I thought by pretty good consensus, is the idea is we have this fishery that we think looks pretty good right now, and we won't have the science coming forward, and looking in the future, if we do reach this pie-in-the-sky metric, which I'm kind of confused by all this concern about this tide fisheries, we looked for a cap, a number. We combined both the landings, and we said 200%, maybe we'll consider it in the future. I also wanted to bring up some of the past discussions we had. This is not an anomalous idea. The Mid-Atlantic Council does this with their Forage Fish Omnibus Amendment. They have a list of, I'm gonna look around, maybe somebody knows, it's 50, 60 some species that they manage very similar to this. And basically what they said in that groundbreaking amendment that was more than a decade ago was that we have all these forage fish species, and if we want to develop commercial fisheries or big recreational fisheries on them, you have to have a management plan put in place. So we're going to track the landings and cap them in their current state, which is honestly, if you compare what we're doing here, is considerably more restrictive, a lot more restrictive than what we have proposed. Because the most important thing is a lot of the debate here was the commission wanted to have a say in anything we do looking forward, right? And so this is going to come back to us. This gives this commission the possibility to do something. It doesn't mean we have to do something. It gives us the possibility to do something and the mechanism of which to do for. I also think, like, you know, one of the couple clarifications I want to give by comments on on comments that were made previous to me is that this is an important commercial fishery. There's growing markets for them, and there's concern that this fishery could grow very quickly, very fast, if something is not put in place. Recreationally, it's a different story. This is not a fish that people eat, right? It's not a fish I see people eating in the future in huge numbers. It's mostly a discard fishery. It's a catch and release fishery. And the catch and release, they track abundance. When there's a lot of them, guess what? You got more discards. When there's not very many of them, not many people go fishing for them, you don't have as many discards. So the idea that this fishery can just kind of blossom out of nowhere really isn't, I don't think, an astute, I don't think that's a realistic way to look into the future of this fishery. I want to go back just to make my final comment here, is that it's important that we don't lose track of the fact that this 200% was just simply a cap. It was a target.
Okay, and so my thing to you, to you gentlemen, the three of y'all, is, so what if there was a proposal up here right now that said, so the total allowable catch of flounder for the state of North Carolina for recreational and commercial was 350,000 pounds. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna open it on Monday next week, and the commercial and the recreational sector are gonna battle until they get to that 500, 300,000 pounds. And then it's pretty much over with, and we manage that fishery together. How would the recreational fishery feel about that?
To that point, Chairman Corbett, I think that is a wildly inaccurate analogy for this fishery. I don't think that you can anyway compare southern flounder to this fishery. That would be like saying, okay, so if we reach 200% of southern flounder, what we're going to do is put in a 20,000 pound commercial trip limit and a 300 fish recreational limit. Because what we're proposing here as a potential guardrail is way beyond what is being caught currently.
Okay. Yes, Sarah.
I just would like to quickly add, I just think that when we put this cap on this, the implication here is that this is automatically a commercial issue, that commercial harvest is what created the abundance in fish that we're seeing on fish tickets. It doesn't take into account the possibility that climate change, the change in how the Gulf Stream's moving, may be making North Carolina the epicenter of false albacore, and that we have more. It doesn't take that into account. It doesn't take into account recreational discards in this fishery. If you don't handle false albacore properly, they don't do very well. If you do, they do great. And what we're seeing is concentrated effort in areas. There's no telling on an October Sunday afternoon, how many dead false albacore are sitting at the bottom of Cape Lookout Bight because they don't float. There's no way of telling that. But I will say this, I am seeing a lot more shark interaction after a lot of heavy recreational pressure. We have no way of monitoring that. We have no way of knowing how climate change is going to affect. We're automatically saying that we're shutting down the commercial fishery because we think that this is what's causing this. And I just think because there's no data and there's no way of monitoring what's going on with recreational, I just think I don't feel comfortable with that.
If you got something different to say, if not, we've beat this horse to death, so I'm gonna give you one more time.
Just that there is, without question, we would do better with more data. If we had better data on discards, if we had better data on the population of fish, but we don't have it, we're having to adapt and do more with less, and I think this is a reasonable way to do that.
Okay. One quick comment, and then we're gonna, because we got a motion and a second, we're gonna vote.
It's not a cap, it's a trigger point, right? That's all we decided on. And I want to correct, you said something about closures, Commissioner Gardner. Nowhere does this say anything about closures.
And
it doesn't.
Might as well be a closure.
No, it's not a cap. It just is. I just want to correct, there's nothing in here about closures, and I don't think that is an accurate way to describe this to the public. There's no cap. This is a trigger point to potentially put management forward.
specific trip limit of 3,500 pounds a day in any one-day trip. That's not a cap? No. So I can catch more than 3,500 pounds a day?
No. That's a commercial, that's the amount you can harvest. That's a management action. But the 200% does not create a, doesn't create a
If I can't have more than 3,500
cap.
pounds, it's a cap. That's the top.
No, that's a trip limit, just like any other trip limit.
It's a
If you
cap.
look
It's the
at
same
look at A, you know, that's a trigger point. It's not a cap. You know, is it 2 times this combined landings? At that point, then you start doing some preliminary management. It doesn't shut anything down, and it doesn't act as a cap. There is no cap in this.
And I still don't have any problem with any of it except not to,
Mr. Chairman, it's just at what point do you care? Do you say that there's something worrying going on and we need to take?
I just want the
some
commercial and
preliminary-
rec separated, but y'all have got a motion in a second. and
Okay.
So let's vote on it. All right?
Commissioner Bethea?
Nay.
Commissioner Blanton?
No.
Commissioner Claus? Commissioner Gardner?
Nay.
Commissioner Hobgood?
Yay.
Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
Chairman Corbett?
No. So the motion passes 5-4.
Chairman Corbett, I know we had discussed prior to the meeting that some of the oyster
I
presenters,
saw them come in.
they're good. We do have to update a presentation on this screen right here, so if you don't mind just taking a 5 to 10 minute break, that would be fantastic.
That'd be good. All right, we need to all start getting back together so we can move on. All right, if we all get back to our seats. They can stand out there and talk, and y'all can go ahead and start the presentation, and they can come in when they feel like they can get to it. All right, guys. Willie, he said he'll be right back in, so, but y'all go ahead and start.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bennett Paradis. I'm a biologist in the Morehead City office. I'm here with Joe Fishendala, who's a biologist in the Wilmington office. We are the co-leads for the Eastern Oyster FMP. At the November 2024 business meeting, the MFC approved the draft of Amendment 5 for the oyster plan to go out for public comment and advisory committee review. Today's presentation will summarize the results of public comment and the input received from the Northern, Southern, Shellfish and Crustacean and Habitat and Water Quality Advisory Committees. We'll then present the division's final management recommendations for the MFC to vote on. So for perspective of where we currently are in the FMP process, here's a timeline. In January, we presented the management strategies of Amendment 5 to several MFC advisory committees. We'll review the proposed management strategies before the MFC selects preferred management options. Following today, the amendment will be sent for DEQ Secretary and legislative review. And here's a quick timeline or outline of today's presentation. First, we'll review management measures concerning eastern oysters that will be carried forward from previous plans. We'll then switch gears to focus on the issue papers of the current amendment to the FMP, first with recreational harvest, followed by mechanical harvest. Next will be a review of public comment received during the January advisory committees, and then we'll show you a summary table of the input received from those regional advisory committees. Finally, we'll present the division's management recommendations before the MFC's action item, which will be to select management measures for Amendment 5. The following management measures from previous FMPs are maintained with the adoption of Amendment 5. A daily limit of 2 bushels of oysters per person with a maximum of 4 bushels of oysters per vessel off public bottom for shellfish license holders statewide. A 6-week opening time frame for mechanical harvest in deep bays to begin on the Monday of the week prior to Thanksgiving week through the Friday after Thanksgiving, and then reopen 2 weeks before Christmas for the remainder of the 6-week season. A 15-bushel hand mechanical harvest limit in Pamlico Sound, mechanical harvest areas outside the bays, 10-bushel hand mechanical harvest limit in the bays, and 10-bushel hand harvest limit in the mechanical methods prohibited area along the Outer Banks of Pamlico Sound. Those areas are defined and adopted in Amendment 2 of the Oyster FMP. Within Amendment 5, we'll first discuss Appendix 1, the Recreational Shellfish Harvest Issue Paper. In summary, creating a specific recreational shellfish license or permit would provide NCDMF with a route to filling missing data gaps for several managed species. Such a license or permit would generate a complete pool of recreational harvesters. That list could then be used as a survey frame to help determine the effort in the fishery, as well as the total harvest that occurs. This would allow for distribution of educational materials at the point of sale and could make it easy to send updates concerning closure proclamations and maps to recreational harvesters. If shellfish species get added to the already existing truffle, then the activity survey during the sale of the truffle would still need to be conducted to identify those fishers that participate in recreational shellfishing, and then those participants could be sent additional surveys to determine effort and harvest estimates for the recreational shellfish fishery. In order to pursue any one of these potential solutions, a significant amount of time and effort will need to be expended by DMF to assess internal program and resource capabilities and limitations. Any potential desired legislative changes require a specific process and are ultimately outside of DMF or MFC control. To best solve this issue, DMF proposes that the division explore potential options and solutions outside of the fishery management plan process. So I'll switch gears to cover Appendix 2, which details the proposed management strategies of mechanical harvest for oysters in Pamlico Sound. While mechanical harvest gear like oyster dredges may offer an efficient means of harvesting oysters, their use requires careful management and consideration of their potential negative impacts on both oyster stocks and habitat. The North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission's Coastal Habitat Protection Plan, or the CHIP, identifies bottom-disturbing gear, including oyster dredges, as having the potential to be highly destructive towards oyster reefs. The NCMFC has set a goal to enhance and protect habitats from adverse physical impacts and recommended the following actions: protect habitat from adverse fishing gear effects, and protect and restore important fish habitat functions from damage associated with activities such as dredging. A key component for Pamlico Sound mechanical oyster harvest management is to balance the value of harvesting oysters as a fishery resource while maintaining the role as an essential habitat for themselves, as well as a wide range of estuarine species. Over 70 species of fish and invertebrates have been found to inhabit deep water oyster reefs in Pamlico Sound. Oysters pose a unique management problem as they are simultaneously a stock that is harvested as a fishery resource, and they also serve as essential habitat for the same fishery resource. Oysters need suitable hard substrate for juvenile oyster to settle and grow. Shells of living or dead oysters provide the appropriate hard substrate for juvenile oysters to settle on, creating a self-sustaining oyster reef. Experimental harvests on deep water reefs in Neuse River showed that mechanical harvest methods can prevent the accretion of oyster reefs to the height needed for the oysters and other invertebrates and fish that live on the reef to survive periods of low dissolved oxygen, when those can be common in deeper water areas. A widely cited publication by Lenahan and Peterson measured the physical impact of dredging on oyster reefs in North Carolina. They observed a 1 foot decrease in height followed by a pass of a dredge. Widespread changes in abundance of oyster reefs in Pamlico Sound have been documented, with estimates between 90 to 95% decline in deep water reefs since 1880. Historically, the deep water reefs of western Pamlico Sound were reported to reach up to 4 meters or 13 feet in height. Many formerly productive high-profile reefs now consist of low-profile shell rubble, low-density reefs, or buried reefs. The same study by Lenahan and Peterson reported that it is probable that the reduction in reef heights in the Neuse River estuary is due to decades of fishery-related disturbances caused by oyster dredging. And they suggested that reefs in heavily fished waters in North Carolina would need to be restored every 3 to 5 years. Oyster reefs in the deeper portions of Neuse River estuary that had been marked originally in 1868 were 1.8 to 2.4 meters tall, and those same areas were only 0.3 or 0.9 meters tall in 1993, and that there were no reefs in the 1993 survey that were taller than 1.2 meters. High-relief deep-water oyster reefs were shown to suffer mass mortality at depths greater than 6 meters due to low oxygen, while low-relief reefs between 3 to 5 meters in depth did not experience these dives. The historical mounded structure of reefs in Pamlico Sound provided increased habitat complexity for a wide variety of invertebrates and fish, and the upper portion of the mounds provided refuge for benthic organisms when lower portions of the reefs were hypoxic or had low oxygen. Research has shown that oysters at the base of subtidal reefs have a greater proportion of mortality, significantly lower abundance of organisms, and higher incidence of disease occurrence compared to the crest or the tops of the reefs. The survival and recovery of deepwater oyster reefs is contingent on their ability to gain vertical height. If living or dead oyster shell material is removed from a reef through fishery effort at a rate that is faster than that reef can naturally replenish, both the oyster resource and habitat will eventually disappear. In this graphic, we're seeking to illustrate the importance of reef height in the event of low dissolved oxygen in the water, which regularly occurs in deep water areas of estuarine systems like Pamlico Sound. During the summer, when there is increased microbial decomposition and stratification of the water, low dissolved oxygen events occur. Studies indicate that increasing eutrophication of rivers and estuaries from greater fertilizer use, discharge of animal and human waste, conversion and destruction of wetlands, and increased atmospheric nitrogen deposition has probably intensified low oxygen stress in many estuaries. This potentially increases their duration of low oxygen events, as well as their frequency and spatial scale. And this is, again, citing another paper from Lenahan and Peterson. For oyster reefs, the path of refuge from low oxygen events is upward. Vertical relief is well documented as a critical aspect to oyster reef health for this reason. Harvest pressure on wild populations greatly reduces the height of oyster reefs. Dredging can remove 1 foot of height from a reef, as I stated earlier. With continued fishing pressure, the reef will not accumulate enough shell to quickly make up for the lost height due to dredging. As a result, with continued dredging, the hard bottom of a reef falls below the critical height needed to stay above the low dissolved oxygen zone. The decreased oyster abundance and shell integrity results in a decrease in surface complexity, survivability of the oyster recruits, and ultimately vertical growth. And so here we've got a tale of two reefs. Following a low dissolved oxygen event, we would see these two reefs with limited vertical height. And few of these oysters would survive because they're not above that low oxygen zone. So we'll have one reef that is fished and one reef that is not fished. After the passing of this low dissolved oxygen event, we'll see larval settlement and eventual oyster growth, and subsequently the accumulation of vertical height at both these reefs. However, on the reef that is fished, the mechanical fishery removes legal live oysters, and the dredging also breaks up the shell bottom and degrades the habitat value. Meanwhile, on the non-fish reef, we still maintain that vertical height. Those oyster shells remain intact, and there's three-dimensional complexity to that habitat. If another low dissolved oxygen event occurs, then the non-fished reef will still have some degree of vertical height to be above that zone, that low dissolved oxygen zone, and there will be refuge for some oysters and some fish and invertebrates as well. Meanwhile, on the fished reef, the mechanical dredge has disrupted that three-dimensional complexity and vertical height, and any remaining oysters would not survive that event, that low oxygen event. So with the maintained vertical height of the non-fished reef, oysters are able to settle and grow on the surviving or intact oyster shell, again, further increasing the three-dimensional complexity of that reef, and its status quo on the fished reef, because there's no accumulation in vertical height to escape that low dissolved oxygen level. And so that process continues on and off, where we'll see the gradual accumulation of height on the non-fished reef, and the fish reef will continue to see the disturbance brought on by the dredge. So in summary, the non-fish reef will gain height over time. It'll be resilient to low oxygen events, and it'll be a more functional reef habitat that supports many fish and invertebrate species. The existing mechanical harvest management strategy for oysters in Pamlico Sound aims to monitor in real time the habitat conditions of oyster reefs where mechanical harvest is actively occurring, and then close broad management areas once the condition of the oyster resource reaches a point where the effort required to harvest legal oysters causes excessive damage to the reef habitat. When this management strategy was developed and adopted, participation in this fishery was approximately 5 times greater than it has been in recent years. This drop in participation has often made it problematic for division staff to find areas where there is active fishing activity to sample, particularly in the bays of the Neuse River and Pamlico areas. There's limited areas where we can sample for that trigger. When active management mechanical harvest areas are not encountered by staff, knowledge of past harvesting areas or localized areas of current oyster abundance are chosen for trigger sampling locations using their best judgment. Additionally, during pre-season sampling events or when areas are either closed due to the management trigger being tripped or the break in the 6-week season For the bays, and there is no mechanical harvest occurring, staff are again required to make judgment call decisions on where to sample. Given the sometimes varying conditions between oyster reefs in the region, mechanical harvesters may view sampling locations selected by the division as not representative of the areas that they fish. While the potential mechanical harvest season for oyster could run from November through March, the actual length that each mechanical harvest season is allowed within each management area is ultimately dictated by the results of the trigger sampling and opened or closed via proclamation. With fluctuations in the oyster resource often impacted by storm events, the season length for a given area may vary widely between years. If sampling indicates that the management trigger has been tripped, a proclamation is issued closing that effective area no sooner than 72 hours from issuance. After the impacts from multiple hurricanes, the mechanical harvest season in the Pamlico and Neuse management areas was only open to mechanical harvest for 10 days in the 2019 and 2020 seasons. Yet in 2021 to 2022, in that season, it was open 8 weeks. At the opening of each mechanical harvest season, harvesters are unaware of how long each area will be open and rely on monitoring proclamations for closures. This uncertainty and variability in season length is often viewed unfavorably. The NCDMF Oyster Restoration and Enhancement Programs has focused significant effort into creating culture reefs in areas open to mechanical harvest in Pamlico Sound, with the volume of culture material planted into the sound greatly exceeding the volume of oysters commercially harvested. Culture plantings form low relief, harvestable reefs and are not planted over areas of existing oyster reefs. No culture planting or oyster restoration has been documented in the deeper portions of the sound to restore the historic high relief reefs found at the mouth of Pamlico and Neuse rivers. The division's culture planting efforts have been focused on the bays surrounding the Western Sound and the area between Stumpy Point and Oregon Inlet, and have likely supported a significant portion of the fishery effort. While landings from culture planted reefs are not currently separated in trip ticket landings from wild reefs, division sampling and harvester feedback indicates culture reefs are used for harvest areas. Since 2018, 36 times more bushels of culture have been planted compared to bushels of oysters harvested commercially. Given this large disparity and the distribution of culture planting sites in Pamlico Sound, the current harvest management approach, which does not differentiate between culture and wild reefs, may not be the best using the culture planting program. And here is a map of the culture planting efforts since 1980. In the areas open to mechanical harvest, culture planting efforts have been focused primarily in the bays of the Neuse and Pamlico areas, as well as in the eastern portion of the Sound and Dare and High counties. Past 3 years, the average deployments has been just under 300,000 bushels of material planted statewide. And this is with an annual budget that has been unchanged in the past 6 fiscal years. I'm going to hand it over to Joe Fischendela, and he'll discuss the potential management options regarding oysters.
So to address the issues we just talked about and kind of better use the culture planting program for management, through the FMP process, we developed 3 strategies for oyster management, and they're kind of different goals of each strategy. So strategy 1 is creating deep water oyster recovery areas, and this is to address the kind of habitat concerns we had with those deep water reefs. And this strategy does prioritize the habitat value of those areas over the fishery value. Strategy 2 is kind of how we manage now with the culture-supported harvest, and we both equally value the habitat and fishery value, and with some changes to how we manage that fishery to kind of address some of those concerns from harvesters. And strategy 3 is a rotational culture site strategy, and that's to better incorporate our culture planting program into how we manage the oyster mechanical fishery. And in this approach, we value the habitat value or the fishery value over the habitat value for oysters. Oops. So we talked about how those deep water reefs in Pamlico Sound and the Neuse River suffer mass mortality from these water quality impacts. And from discussions during our advisory committee meetings, we know that harvesters are out there kind of using them on a cyclical basis. So they'll die from these deep water, from the water quality impacts, they'll die, regrow. Between 5 and 8 years later, there'll be legal oysters out there, and then they'll be harvested. And so they don't rely on these areas every year, but every 5 to 8 years when there's legal oysters out there, they will go out and harvest. And this year happens to be the year where there's abundant legal oysters out there. And from our sampling we've done for the trigger sampling, basically since 2018, we hadn't really seen anything because there was a big die-off with the hurricanes in 2017. And this year, we're finally seeing legal oysters, and there's fishery effort out there. So it's kind of that cyclical grow, harvest, potentially kind of suffer from water quality impacts, decline, and then grow again and be harvested every 5 to 8 years. Again, as we discussed, those deep water areas have no culture planting effort out there to kind of replenish or build up the reefs out there because we can't plant over existing oyster resource, as well as permit constraints about how planting can be. And in order to survive long-term or even recover, those deep water reefs do need to be able to accumulate shell material and grow that vertical height necessary to be able to be resilient to future storm events, or someday in the future be able to support more than just a boom bust every 8-year fishery. So if we let them grow to recover, potentially someday we could come up with a sustainable harvest approach to harvest on them, kind of more than we do now. So to allow these reefs to accumulate shell, the division identified 2 deep water oyster recovery areas, or DORAs, where we proposed mechanical harvest would not be opened. And so this map here shows so how we went about this is all those red dots are potential oyster habitat. And so what that potential oyster habitat means, that it's a place where any time since 1887 that an oyster has been documented or hard substrate has been documented. So we know out there are some living oysters now, but many of these areas are just shell hash or rubble or completely sedimented over. So that's just potential oyster habitat, or those red dots. So we identified all that potential oyster habitat that was deeper than 16 feet, that depth where they're vulnerable to that. We know they're vulnerable to those anoxic events. And we know that from our sampling, as well as what we see happen on our oyster sanctuaries at depths greater than 16 feet, where there's just a line where oysters will die from those events. And so the goal of these deep water oyster recovery areas was to protect those vulnerable reefs deeper than that zone. And so initially we identified, using navigational markers for enforcement, you can see those blue boxes are kind of the extent of all those deep water reefs that are vulnerable to those anoxic events that are below 16 feet. They're huge boxes in both Pamlico and Neuse Rivers, but within those boxes, only 0.9% of that is even potential oyster habitat. So they're big, huge boxes, but only a very small piece of that's actually even potentially oyster. And so based on advisory committee input from both the FMP advisory committee at the workshop, as well as regional advisory committee input, because those boxes were so huge and it was only a very small percent was actually oyster, we developed some smaller boxes to kind of better concentrate in on areas that were more dense in that potential oyster habitat. So there's 2 options presented for both the Neuse River and Pamlico River areas. That kind of first reduced box, option 1, is 180 acres of potential oyster habitat in the Neuse River area, and that represents 73% of the identified deep water potential oyster habitat. And option 2 is an even further reduced box, so you can see kind of the dotted box is that further reduced box based on input from the regional advisory committees. And that smaller box protects 29% of the potential deep water or potential oyster habitat in those deep water areas. And the same thing for the Pamlico River area. There's that bigger box, which is kind of already a reduced option, which protects 500 acres of potential oyster habitat, which represents 83% of the identified deep water areas that are vulnerable. And that smaller box protects 200 acres, and that protects 33% of those deep water oyster areas. And so even with protection, we wouldn't expect recovery to occur overnight. Oysters grow fairly slow. So we know in Pamlico Sound, it takes us about 3 years to grow a legal oyster in these subtidal areas. So we're talking a 3-inch oyster, about an inch a year. This isn't going to be a short-term thing to get to recovery, but these DORAs, if implemented, would be for at least the period of this next FMP cycle. And we would monitor, do some some year zero monitoring, and then, during, and then potentially at the end, and come back at the next FMP and present the results of that to kind of determine, for the commission then to determine to either maintain these deepwater oyster recovery areas or change course. And so the goal of the deepwater oyster recovery areas is just to reduce that disturbance to allow for recovery and vertical height. So you saw the kind of oyster cartoon that Bennett showed, but if you look at the picture here on the slide, these are from actual reefs, deepwater reefs in the Neuse River. The one on the right is an area where mechanical harvest has occurred, and it's open to harvest. And you can see there's some oysters there, but it's very low relief, a lot of shell hash. So the reef, when they do recover, it doesn't get to gain vertical height or that complexity or even just becoming a solid mass, because the goal of mechanical oyster harvest is to remove those oysters. So the photo on the left is from a oyster sanctuary in the Neuse River, showing kind of what a potential deep water reef could look like without disturbance. And again, we would evaluate the effectiveness of these closures at the next FMP, and if it's maintained, probably the next FMP after that. And the metrics we would use kind of in the short term and long term, to quantify recovery, is just kind of looking at reef height and complexity, both through side scan surveys as well as diver surveys. And in the interim, before, if they're considered recovered and potentially allow fishing again in the future, just having those reefs recover a little bit and have that complexity and gaining some height is going to allow for, all those 70 organisms, many of which are our commercially and recreationally important species that are using those areas for nursery habitat. When those anoxic events come and all those small fish and inverts, they can't swim away, and they typically die down there. If there's room for them to migrate up, they can migrate up in the reef and use that as a refuge to kind of escape those anoxic events. So strategy 2. Kind of the culture-supported harvest areas where we both value the fishery value and the habitat value equally of the oysters in the deep water parts. Sorry. And the mechanical harvest areas of Pamlico Sound. So as Bennett said, significant culch planting effort has gone into the bays of the east and the eastern part of Pamlico Sound to make up for that harvest removal. So it's not a one-to-one. We're not planting culch over areas that are harvested, but kind of on a larger kind of landscape scale. As reefs get harvested down and the shell is being removed, we're adding culch material, so either shell or marl, for new oysters to settle on. So the goal is to not have a net loss of hard material or oyster habitat through fishery removal. And as that map showed, there's lots of culch planting effort that's occurred. And I think a lot, even though we don't differentiate it on a trip ticket, I would say probably the majority of the mechanical harvest in Pamlico Sound comes from a place that was culch planted, whether 3 years ago or 43 years ago. We're still seeing return from areas that were planted in the early 80s. So the proposed the strategy 2, the culture-supported harvest areas, we aim to encompass all the culture sites so we can still take advantage of that culture planting program for the commercial fishery. And we're really not proposing any real changes to bushel limits, area limits, all the season lengths in the bays, the bushel limits now all stand. The only thing we want to change is replace the current trigger monitoring program, which has those issues, with something new. So how the new trigger program would be, how the season length would be determined for the Pamlico salmon mechanical fishery is we would have a period for mechanical harvesters to report areas for us to sample in the beginning, because right now we rely on finding them. And when this program, how it's managed currently, was first established in 2010, there was hundreds of mechanical harvesters, and now we're down to 60-ish. So there's a lot less people out there to find. We would sample the areas that we were directed to. We'd have preseason sampling. We'd use those preseason, the condition of the oysters, preseason to determine the season lengths. And how we do that is we basically have years and years of data now of preseason condition to how many weeks it lasts. So we use that data to kind of get that relationship. So if we know it's 56% legal, I don't know what the table is, it's in the paper, but you get X amount of weeks based on what the percentage legal is. So we'd set a season, issue a proclamation, and the fishers at the beginning of the season would know, okay, we have 8 weeks, 10 weeks, whatever in this area. Next, in the season, as they're fishing, we'd ask for additional input of where to harvest or where to sample, because we'd go back out, do one more sampling event based on industry feedback, check the condition of the oysters. If it looks like we're on track of our initial prediction, great, the season stands. If it looks like we way underestimated what they could have, we will adjust the proclamation and give the harvesters more time. If we messed up and it was, we undershot it, we will not modify it back to shorten the season. That's on us. And we'll address that in kind of the adaptive management later on. So then that will hopefully allow us building in that industry input in the beginning and in the middle to have us sample locations where they're actually fishing and be easier for us to find, and hopefully have the industry be a little more satisfied with where we're sampling, as well as giving them some certainty. So there'll be basically one proclamation in the beginning that you'll know you have at least this much, and then potentially one more to extend it. So right now it's, every week it could potentially close, just monitoring proclamations. So it'll be one, and potentially one more to extend it, but to never make it shorter. And strategy 3 is kind of prioritizing the fishery value of some areas over the habitat value. And we would basically, using the culture planting program, they've been planting large 10-acre culture sites, and there will be 16 sites done by 2026, so there's 13 done as of right now. And those will be opened on a rotational strategy, so there'll be 4 across the sound open at any given time. It'll be open for a season, the entire season, so those 10-acre sites will not be subject to the season lengths established in the culture supported strategy beforehand. So they will be open the entire potential mechanical season, those 4 sites across the sound. And as they're fished throughout the year or the season, if it's depleted, they'll be replanted the following year, but closed for 3 years to allow for growth, and opened on that 4th year. So the thought process is every year there'll be 4 sites that have been closed for 3 years and should be have quite a bit of legal oysters on them for harvest, and they will not be subject to that whatever season length. So it's kind of up to the industry how they want to use them, if they want to fish them at the beginning or hold off. That's wide open. And so back to that adaptive management that I kind of spoke about. Since we did use our past data to determine the potential season lengths, and that we know that participation, the number of people fishing is going to be, how long a season can last is based on basically how many people are fishing. And so if that number of participants changes, we may have underestimated or overestimated the season length. So each year, we will look at participation during the FMP update. So if we see a large change in effort one way or the other, if there's participation grows more than 25% or shrinks. So right now, that means if greater than 116 participants are in the fishery for the 3-year average, or less than 70, that'll just trigger us to re-examine those season lengths that we've come up with and just look at the data we have and potentially adjust those seasons to better match the effort that's out there. For instance, if the fishery just keeps declining and we're down to 20-something people, the seasons that are proposed in this plan are probably too conservative, so we'd be able to stretch them out to give them more time. And conversely, if it triples in effort, then we'd have to probably reconsider and shorten those seasons. And so after sending the draft plan out for review, we had public comment. It was pretty limited. And so both plans, oyster and clam, went out for public comment from December 11th to January 15th. We had 8 total responses, 2 specific for clam, 3 specific to oyster, and 3 that were specific for both. The comments for oyster, 3 respondents advocated for status quo regarding the DORAs, so they did not support the DORAs. 1 respondent suggested a smaller deepwater oyster closure area, and 1 respondent requested additional culch planting. And then comments for both that were pertinent to both. Responders advocated for stocking of shellfish and for promoting sustainable methods of aquaculture, or like aquaculture, as well as protecting habitat from bottom disturbing gear. And then we took this to the regional advisory committees. This table shows basically all the kind of blue-gray text there. There was a lot of agreement. Basically, all the regional advisory committees supported the division recommendations in blue for the recreational harvest paper, for the culture-supported harvest strategy, for the rotational culture site strategy, as well as the adaptive management. The only place there was any difference is in the deep water oyster recovery area approach, where the Northern Advisory Committee did not support that approach and voted for status quo. The Southern Regional Advisory Committee voted for status quo, but stated that they would support a significantly narrower approach to the DORAs, and that's why we developed that smaller box. The Shellfish and Crustacean Advisory Committee voted status quo, and the Habitat and Water Quality Committee voted to adopt the DORAs as presented, option 1 in the document. So with that, on to the final division recommendations. And so for the Appendix 1, the recreational harvest, the final division recommendation is, and as well as all the advisory committees, they all lined up. They supported the NCDMF to further explore potential options and develop a solution to estimate recreational shellfish participation in landings, with the intent to move towards a stock assessment and stock level management for both hard clams and oysters, and to establish a mechanism to provide all recreational shellfish harvesters with shellfish sanitation, recreational water quality, health, and safety information outside of the FMP process. For amendment, Appendix 2, mechanical harvest, the deepwater oyster recovery areas, the division recommends adopting that the middle size, the reduced deepwater oyster recovery area, the DORA option 1. And that protects 81% of identified deepwater reefs, which are deeper than 5 meters in Pamlico Sound, from mechanical harvest, which reduce reef height. For option 2, the culture-supported harvest strategy, the division's final recommendation is to adopt the proposed culture-supported harvest strategy. This provides more certainty in annual season length by area for harvesters, formalizes incorporating industry input into management sampling locations for pre and in-season sampling, and it still maintains habitat protection measures for the mechanical oyster fishery. For option 3 are the rotational culch sites. The division recommends adopting the rotational culch site strategy. And the fishery value of these sites is prioritized, and that formalizes the division culch planting effort into an adopted fishery management plan. And for the adaptive management for Appendix 2, the division recommends adopting the adaptive management. And again, this only applies if the proposed culch supported harvest strategy is adopted, and if not, then it doesn't apply. And this just allows, again, for the modification of the set season length, kind of a fail-safe if participation changes one way or the other wildly. And with that, we'll take questions, discussion, and bring it to any slide you'd like to see.
Yeah, go ahead.
That was really great, guys. Thank you for that, and thank you for the help you've given me in sort of helping me understand as much as I do anyway. The Lenahan study in 1989 that you referenced heavily in the FMP. This study area, they actually constructed reefs and dove on them and fished on them, and and commercial fishermen participated. It was kind of a seminal study, right? Mm-hmm. And the study area, can you explain where the study area was? Do you want me to?
Yes, it's in the Neuse River off the top of my head.
I looked at it this morning. Their experimental reef was right at the edge, right at the sort of, I think at the outside edge of your second proposed door, the slightly shrunk one. So it is absolutely pertinent to what we're doing. Can you describe what an ecosystem engineer is and what different types of ecosystem engineers there are? And is that something I saw that mentioned in the Lenahan study, and I was thinking you might be able to explain that.
Sure. An ecosystem engineer is a species that has a disproportionate impact on the surrounding habitat. In the case of an oyster, it physically changes the bottom, the benthic habitat that it occupies. Is that pretty much succinctly?
And the examples I saw in the Lenahan study, he used examples of kelp beds in California and in the United States anyway, coral reefs, and both are just very unique ecosystems and very dependent on their own growth and their own ability to build on themselves. And all three are, what's clear to me is that all three, and what's stated in the paper, is that all three are not tolerant of harvest. None of the three are tolerant of harvest. And I'm not talking about oysters, I'm talking about, obviously, deep water oyster reefs. May I ask another question, Mr. Chairman? How much harvest is going on, do you think, in the deep water areas? And all your doors are drawn along a 5-meter depth contour, is that correct?
So we use navigational markers just for having something physical on the water for if they're adopted for enforcement purposes, so it can be a nice box in a proclamation, as well as on the water there's a physical marker to line up between. Mm-hmm. But the intent was to capture those the potential oyster habitat that was below that contour. What was the second?
So we would be restricting harvest in those deeper areas.
So we don't have the ability to assign landings to real specific regions of Pamlico Sound. The kind of water body code is Pamlico Sound, so that is a data need that we are aware of and potentially working on. So we don't have a great way of being able to assign where the mechanical harvest landings came from. We can potentially and we can dive a little deeper by looking at what's open or not, but a lot of the times, the Eastern Sound is open when that those deep water areas are open or closed. So it's tough, but just from, discussion with the advisory committee, it's, again, not an area they use all the time, but when it's recovered and there's legal oysters there, they do use it. So it's a very cyclical thing, like 5-8 years. And that lines up with, what we're seeing for harvest and just our sampling data, kind of what we've seen. Really, this is really the first year there's been any legal oysters on the areas we've sampled in those deep water areas.
So the oysters, after an anoxic event where the reef that is deep because it's been knocked down by harvest, it begins to recover slowly if there aren't additional anoxic events, which are occurring more frequently now because of human runoff and wastewater and fertilizer use and nitrogen in the atmosphere. They're more frequent now, but it doesn't make sense that the oyster reefs probably evolved to grow vertically to get out of those anoxic zones, even prior to sort of the anthropogenic era?
Yeah, and you see, what we've seen is after one of those, like a really bad anoxic event, there'll be a really big spat set where their kind of last, act is to just spawn. And so those spat will take advantage of the substrate that's there, the dead shells, and then resettle. Right. So it's definitely probably something they've evolved to deal with.
I think that Linehan paper saw that there was increased food availability at the crest of the reef, at the top of the reef versus at the bottom. So another potential area for.
But the reefs are built on dead oysters. Like an oyster in an unfished reef, an oyster will grow to maturity, die in 5 to 8 years. And then the spat will adhere to that dead oyster and grow out and grow vertically. So it's kind of dependent on, the growth of the reef, the vertical growth of the reef is kind of dependent on mature oysters, isn't it? Is it not? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I have for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, guys.
Go ahead, Tom.
It's more of a comment, as we're talking about these deep water oysters, oyster reefs, they're such extraordinarily important ecosystems. And for somebody who fishes them, in the Neuse River and whatnot, it's been interesting over the last 20 years. They're becoming harder to find, even with better sonar. And when I say harder to find, when we're looking for them on our fish finders or sonar, they're becoming harder to see because they're much smaller. Those areas, though, even with just that hard bottom, are so much more productive for the fish and whatnot that they hold. And some of the better ones that have higher relief are some of the more productive places to fish. And I bring this up not because it's an argument to have more places to fish. It's because it's very clear that habitat is some of the most important finfish and other such habitat in the areas where they're found.
Just a comment, and I won't invoke your name, Sarah, but as co-chair of the Habitat and Water Quality Standing Advisory Committee, we discussed this extensively, as you guys know, and including the aspirational goal of establishing oyster reef prevalence goals across Pamlico Sound adequate to support the life history stages of all the animals that we manage and their ecological health. And recognizing that what the division has proposed, which is what the advisory committee supported, it is still a down payment towards that broader goal. The question, I think, for you and maybe perhaps for Philip as well, council as well, has to do with the importance interactively with the other non-fishing threats to these critically important habitats in the Sound. And that has to do with our ability, as the Marine Fisheries Commission has shown before, to identify and designate habitat areas and then use the leverage that creates with the Environmental Management Commission and then with the Coastal Resources Commission to address both water quality threats and also indirect development-related threats. The example I had in mind was the identification of nursery areas, primary nurseries, secondary nurseries, special nursery areas, and anadromous spawning and nursery habitats, all of which then cascaded not just to single out the sort of fishing threat, but the other kinds of threats. And so one of the main reasons that our advisory committee supported the broader initiative was the potential use of that then as a core area to begin working with those other commissions, as the CHIP requires, to go look at the causes of worsening anoxia in these places and begin to build together a plan, which one of the commenters brought to us, to address non-fishing threats as well. So that's I don't think I'm overstating it, Sarah. The main reason that the committee really felt it was important to create a sizable core reserve area for restoration that could be the focus of investment, the same way that, I don't know how many people, 200 people showed up in 2023 at the Oyster Summit, mostly focused on shallow water oyster restoration, and bring that same level of effort and resources into building something here. So I don't know if any of you have a reaction to that hope that we can use this as leverage to, as a beneficial use of the waters to be protected by state and federal water quality standards and classifications. I mean, it became a classification for outstanding resource waters in the case of spawning areas, right?
I take your point. I think it's an excellent one. I'd be happy to talk to you about it later, about how to address that. The method for doing so, as we talked earlier, going through the EMC. So I'm absolutely happy to talk to you more about that.
Great. I just thought it was important that the commission understand that this isn't just about dealing with fishing, but putting our marker on the table to create and then protect essential core habitat for all of our fisheries.
Yeah, right.
One piece we skipped over on accident was the commission has already basically acknowledged these areas. So that map shows the commission nominated strategic habitat areas for Pamlico Sound, and you can see in the mouth of the Neuse River and Pamlico River there, those strategic habitat area polygons that are in the middle are there because of the oyster reef habitat that's there. So those strategic habitat areas were nominated because one, of their outstanding habitat value, or two, because they're particularly vulnerable to something. So so these deep water oyster reefs were nominated because they have good habitat value and they're vulnerable to these water quality events and mechanical disturbance.
Great, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And just for what it's worth, the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council also used these designations as the basis for overlaying federal habitat protections under the aegis of the Essential Fish Habitat Doctrine and the habitat areas of particular concern, highest tier of so-called EFH in North Carolina, and not just out in federal waters, but also in inshore waters.
So I'm going to say something that's going to get Kat and Carter, because I've discussed this with them at great length. And the best way to bring back these oyster reefs is what those oyster barges were originally built for in the 80s. And that's to go to the Commercial Fishing Resource Fund, get some money, pay the commercial guys in the wintertime after April, load them on the polluted oysters on the barges, take them off, blow them on the reefs. It's the quickest way to build reefs back. The bottom lease people have been doing it for years up until they made us quit coming this year. And we've never had a person get sick from them since 1981. It provides something for the guys to do in April when there's nothing else to do. And it'll bring these reefs back twice as fast as anything else because you're putting adult oysters on there to begin with. You're building the reefs up with good oysters. But we can't do that if we keep letting this thing we've put through. It was in that list of rules earlier that we've got moving forward to where we're not going to move any polluted oysters ever again for some reason in North Carolina They still do it in Georgia, they still do it in South Carolina, they still do it in Virginia, and they still do it in Maryland. And for some reason, we can't do it anymore. And, I mean, that's our best option. When we did it in the 80s, when we did it in the 90s after the red tide, we built our oyster reefs back up in 3 years. And with Dermo and with boar sponge, you can guess that you're going to build these reefs back up in 5 to 8 years. But if boar sponge gets on one of those reefs, you're not building nothing back up. Most of them aren't going to live past 5 or 6 years because of Dermo. You know, so that's our best choice to build them back. And I'm not against any of the oyster reef stuff or all, but I still think that we should do something to, even if we don't start doing oyster relaying anymore, we need to put a pause on it until we find out if that's not going to be our best way to redo this stuff. Yes, sir.
You guys sent me a study done by the Marine Institute at William and Mary on rotational culch planting and rotational harvest. And I'm sure you were able to interpret it better than I could, but it seemed pretty understandable to me that rotational harvest, where you let a reef rest for 3 to 5 years, you support it with culch planting. The point of that paper seemed to me, or a key finding, was that it was quite successful, right? Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Is your rotational culch planting program similar to that program that's done by the Virginia folks?
So what's proposed here is kind of us dipping our toes into rotational management, right? So it's kind of this, seeing how it works out for us, and because if we were to go to a full rotational strategy, kind of that style, it would be large areas of the water, the sound, just water bodies kind of divided up in whole, like Rose Bay would be closed for 3 years or something like that, and it would open on a rotational. So this is kind of a much smaller approach, just to kind of.
Well, it seems really promising to me, particularly with the amount of effort and the resources that you guys have for a change to do this culch planting. That two things seem obvious from all the information you guys have shared with me. Two things seem obvious is that rotational culch planting can work for commercial mechanical harvesting of oysters, and can give the guys that had traditionally worked in deep water reefs, and Doras are not. The other thing that's clear to me is that deep water reefs at depths greater than 5 meters, 16 feet, cannot survive mechanical harvesting routinely. They're going to die out regularly, and it's not really a sustainable harvest, and that it is an incredibly unique ecosystem that deserves protection. It's like North Carolina's, kelp beds, coral reef. Coral reefs can't tolerate harvest, and I don't think these reefs can either, and not attain their historic height. Are there any reefs in the Pamlico Sound that are at that historic height of like 13, 14 feet? There are none. There's zero. It's not extinct because they can come back, but that valuable ecosystem is non-existent now. And I think we need to give it a chance to go back. And we haven't talked about the ecotourism part of that too, because there are a lot. Those reefs clear the water, and people dive on those reefs. I'm a diver, and I know that it's a small part of it, but that is part of it. I think if your rotational harvest, and the study at the Rappahannock it was just the Rappahannock River, and only half of the river was, isn't that right? It was, I think, 5 areas were rotated within the Rappahannock River, and it went quite well. And that seems to me to be sustainable, and the deep water harvest is clearly not, if we're going to expect those reefs to come back.
Yes, sir, and after this, we're going to go ahead and entertain for a motion because we're running into our public comment time.
You're right, we are. So I thought you were correct about I think that, assuming we do what we're going to do, that begs the question of how we get back as fast as possible to a highly productive, highly valuable habitat. And since we're not talking now about culch planting on the deep water recovery areas, I do think we need a plan. And in fact, we had a commenter maybe it was Thomas Newman, I can't remember. I don't want to call out names. Somebody correctly suggested that we need a plan for the deep water recovery areas. And so I hope in moving forward here, the idea would be to come forward over the next cycle of the FMP and the CHIP, working with the appropriate committees to come up with what that plan for active intervention, and let's just say broadly, active intervention might be, because I think we will probably need it.
Well, the polluted oyster relay works
Yeah,
100%.
that one should be put into the mix. And
All right, so with that, does somebody want to attack this animal?
Are we going to make a motion to adapt the, are we going to go
Make a motion,
by
for
each?
whatever you
each
want to
of-
make it for.
Well, I'd like to start with the doors and make a, if you could pull up your original map of the door that's, that you originally proposed, that, I would like to make a motion to adapt the Strategy 1 deep water oyster recovery areas depicted in this figure for designation as protected areas.
And is that what the division recommended?
I think well, I was.
Well, I'm only asking
I'm
this
sorry.
because we need 5 votes if it is what the division recommended, and we need 6 if it isn't. So I need to
Isn't
know.
that, I thought that was if we made a recommendation that was less protected. Is that not the case?
Oh, they've reduced the size. Okay.
So, and my understanding is from conversations with staff and the director is that this was the original proposal that you intended to be the deep water oyster recovery areas, and they were shrunk because of objections to the extent of them. And I think that for these to work, I think, anyway, I would like to make a motion to adopt those recovery areas.
All right, get a second? Yes, sir.
This is just a question too. Is, like for me, I would like to do the one that's reduced. Should I bring that up in discussion now, or is this only we're voting on? Okay. I wouldn't vote for this personally, because I think we need to start smaller and work our way up, especially with the history of us not giving things back. So I'd love to see these things grow, and I'd love to know, I'd love to be able to quantify their growth and then expand after that if that's what we're seeing. But I think we should start small and grow from there.
Yes, sir.
I would,
Oh, wait.
I would agree that maybe start smaller, especially when that would go along with what the ACs were suggesting. With the exception of us, it would be a good compromise among the ACs to go with a reduced.
But to be clear, we didn't ever see we only saw 1 and 2, or A and B. We never saw the large polygons there.
And if I could say, I can speak for the crustacean AC, it was better attended by those that objected to the site than those that didn't. And I think that was a function of commercial and commercial fishermen participation. And, there was very active participation from the commercial sector in our meeting.
All right. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I can agree that the current motion probably is a little overwhelming, and we should start a little smaller. There's a very active thing going on in that waterway that's very affected by land. And so you have all kinds of things that's happening on land that affects that bottom. And so without knowing for sure that if you just left the bottom alone altogether, that it's going to grow back just naturally without those pressures that are happening from land, or with those pressures that's happening for land, I'd be all for closing the bottom and letting them grow back to whatever you think the natural range of this oyster is. However, with the land being so molested and modified, I don't think that the oysters have a chance to grow back to historic levels, even if you just left them alone and tried to let them do, because the cycle is every 5 to 8 years they get a lump. And so the guys go out there, they look around every year, and when they find a little lump, they'll let it ride, and they'll try to harvest off of it here and there. But there's no way that you can convince me that they rode that entire sound over and found every single lump out there, and it grew over the 5 or 8 year period. In other words, what I'm saying is, if they had, if they went out there and found some oysters, there's some they shouldn't have found as well. And so those oysters should have grown taller and bolder and whatnot, but that's not what's happening. And so to take in all that bottom at just a chance that it survives and it grows back to some historic levels with all of what's happened on land, that's not, I just don't see it happening that way. And I'm with Sammy. If you're gonna try to put something together and get it going, then it's got to have some assistance. It's not gonna work without assistance. I just don't believe that. You can't you can't grow a crop on land and not do any tillage or anything to it. And so I just don't believe naturally that it's gonna happen with all the sedimentation, all the hypoxic events, all the things that happen, disease in the oysters. There's too many variables. There's too much catastrophic natural events that happen, such as landfall and hurricanes. It's just too many variables that these oysters are going to be up against. And so why is it that we're going to close bottom, allow a little lump to form, then die, for it to have to start all over again, and then never get any real progression out of it or any real habitat value out of it? And that just doesn't make any sense to me. And so to take all that bottom from the fishermen at just a craps dice roll, it just it's not, I don't feel like you're gonna get the same value out of it, and the effects are not gonna happen that you want to happen. And so without assistance, without trying to get these up off the bottom far enough that you can get some of it to survive, I just don't see where this plan's gonna ever come to fruition in any amount of time that we'll even ever see any production out there. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to amend back to the division's recommendation of the reduced size DORAs. Yeah, so to strike the larger size and then replace with the smaller size doors.
Chairman Corbett, sorry to interject real fast. We may have missed who the second was on that original motion, and I just want to clarify. Commissioner Roller, all right, thank you.
And so I guess we need a second for that. Ryan? Yes, sir?
Second.
First, I want to say that the decline of the vertical reefs is not just because it is worse because of water quality. And one of the commenters said today, everything comes back to water quality. And with these oysters and with these deep water reefs, it absolutely does. But the oysters at the bottom of these reefs are dead. And if they die and sit there for a couple of years, and tell me if I'm right, I'm kind of doing my own deduction here, but tell me if I'm right about this, guys. But it seems if the oysters die, they've had a chance to grow, and we get a hurricane or water stratification event or whatever it is, that causes the die-off, those shells will stay in place if there's no harvest attempt on top of them, right? They'll die and they'll be there, and when spat gets back on those reefs where they died, you'll have that vertical extent that was there to begin with if nobody comes over it with the to harvest it. So they will eventually have a chance to grow up. And this is, we talk about the need for data. This is so well studied. This is so well documented. The mechanism for the growth of these reefs and the impediments to the growth. And it's very clear that that they can grow back, and these are not crops. They don't need to be tended. They need to be left alone to grow.
And so can I say something in this? Because I've had oyster leases since 1985. And the one thing about oysters is if you get a die-off, that first 6 months after the die-off, spat attaches to them well if it's during the spat season. But the second year, you go from maybe 70% catch on the oyster shell to 30%. And by the third year, if you're not working it, if you're not doing something to it, you're going to drop down to less than 10. But if you're in there working it, your spat catch levels stay up. Because as you're moving the oysters, what happens is silt and all kinds of sediment gets on the face of that oyster. Boar sponge gets on that oyster, and spat can attach. So your best chance for catching spat is in that first year that you put it out. After that first year you put it out, you go way down in spats count. And I catch spat because I used to have little discs that we put in there to see what the spat count was, and we would take the oyster shell that we put in there and look at it, and then look at the disc. And then the second year, you could look at the disc, and you may have 20 spat on the disc, and your shells aren't getting no new spat. And that's how we come up with the, I'm sure you've seen that in your coach planning. I mean, and Williams could go on the boat with me one day. Somebody's gonna go on the boat with me. And I'm gonna take him to the coach planning sites down my way, where we use the rot, which we shouldn't use down south because it don't catch any spat. And I'm gonna show him exactly what a culch site looks like and what the spat looks like. And then I'm gonna show him, a polluted area where we do harvest oysters out of it, and then one where we haven't harvested oysters for 5 years. And because he's really interested, and I wanna take him out and let him see what's going on with it. Yeah, Mike.
Thanks, Sammy. Just another comment too. If this works well, and you close a portion of the bottom that was proposed to be poured, that was proposed the first time, and it works well, there will be another FMP cycle.
Come back again.
You can come back to it again, and so if this is something that turns out to be a positive outcome, and by closing the bottom and allowing it to just be, it's actually, you're going to be able to take that analysis from day one to day whenever, and you'll be able to know. And so you can build upon what was there, and you'll be able to know exactly what happens if you just leave it alone to harvest altogether in deep water. And so it's a learning experience too. I said this from the beginning. This door is nothing but a science project. And so I'm fine with a science project, but you can't take the entire bottom of the sound and turn it into a science project unless you know your science project is going to work out for you. And so the oysters are up against so many things nowadays. In 1880, they weren't up against all of this. Yeah, here's the thing. There was no processes happening on land that affected the oysters in such a way. And so you can't expect for the natural processes to continue to take place at the same levels they once did when what happens on land vastly affects what happens underneath of that waterway. And so this is what I feel like fisheries management lacks, is the ability to incorporate the detrimental things that happen on land and how it evolves and affects the waterways and the species that use them. And so if we could get better at that, instead of saying, well, harvest is the entirety of this issue, and, you know, if we didn't allow this since 1880, it's been since 1880. And so you got to start somewhere, but you can't take in the entire bottom to start. And so that's my theory behind, okay, I'll agree to a reduced level of sanctuary, if that's for a better term of it. But I just can't agree to go all in the first time here.
So let's take a vote on this, because we got a lot more to vote on right here and get it done real quick so these people that came to make public comment can get their public comment in.
Could we see a figure of the areas that are proposed in this new motion?
Yeah. So they're on separate slides, but, so. Oops, sorry. All right, so, the large areas all together on one slide, and then the next slide is just, so the noose area. So looking at it, it goes, you know, way upriver and then kind of out into the sound. And the reduced area, the division recommended one is the entire box. And you can see it stops, it's kind of just in the mouth there. So it doesn't extend out into the sound with that point, and it doesn't go way upriver. And then so looking at the Pamlico River one, initially, it's kind of a large, kind of extending out into the sound, as well as kind of going a little bit into the river mouth. And then, so the division one, it just kind of goes out into the sound from the mouth of the river, and it doesn't go back in. And it doesn't incorporate some of those ones further out in the sound either.
So option one, for which the motion was made is, the motion was made for option one, the 500-acre reduced area.
Option one is the large box on this map and the large box on this map. So not the dotted one, the solid line.
Which is the subject of the motion.
Yes, of the DMF recommended one, the subject of this motion. And that protects, oops.
Hold on, just a point of clarification. My motion was made for the reduced area. The minimum area, whatever.
So I think Mike's motion was made for the dotted line area. See where the dotted line comes across, the dotted line comes down.
Yeah, so
That's
yeah,
the
that was some
division's
confusion.
recommendation.
The division's recommendation is the solid line, and the dotted
Yeah,
line
so
is the small.
your data, your presentation is confusing, is based on my interpretation of it when you went through it. There's two areas, and 1 and 2, and so my motion was intended to
Oh, yeah, so.
be into the minimal area, and if that's fine, I'll revoke my motion, that's fine.
I think the confusion was just that Commissioner Service went with the big one that we didn't include as an option. That was just all the
Yeah, no.
entire identified area. So that
Yeah,
wasn't.
so how do you do that, or how does it turn into 3 options if you only got 2?
I can answer that.
Mike made a motion on top of your motion to just do what the division wanted.
He's doing.
There you go.
So there's 3 of them.
Yes.
So,
And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chairman, that would require 6 votes because it is it's less protective than the division's recommendation.
well, I mean, it's not a sustainability issue. And just to clarify real quick, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but the larger one, the initial one was what we presented to the FMPAC. And then working with the FMPAC, They wanted us to focus it a little bit more on the areas that actually had the existing oyster reef. So we didn't take that larger area even out to, we didn't present that. So just to the FMPAC and working with them. So in the original FMP that was presented to everyone, that option was not there.
So you did not present the larger area, so this hasn't gone through the process.
The larger area was only presented to the FMPAC.
But it wasn't presented to the public comments at the northern, the southern, and the shellfish and crustacean.
No.
So then it hasn't gone through the process.
It was included as a informational map as the entire identified area, and that was in, I think it went to the draft that you guys received and went to mail out, but it wasn't included as an option. So the two options that were included was the solid box, the already reduced one, and then the further reduced one, the dotted box. So this basically, I think the confusion is because we called option one reduced because it is reduced, but it's the biggest of the two options that were presented in the paper.
Point of clarification, if my motion doesn't say the minimum, then that was not my intent. My intent was the minimum area from what options were 1 and 2. And so that is where my motion lies.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Tom.
So this motion, as it stands, we have two options in front of us. We have option B, which is the bigger area, which is the division's recommendation, and we have option C, which is what the amended motion is for. Now, I support a bigger area. I'm going to vote against this motion because I think at the bare minimum, we should be choosing option B. The rationale provided here for this scientifically was pretty sound, and there's a lot of data on it. And I think that as Commissioner Service explained it, there's a reason why this was recommended in the first place. So I will be voting against this motion, and if we bring it back up at the bare minimum, I'm going to recommend option B.
All right, so we've got this motion the way it's supposed to be, and we had a second on it. So we can vote on it and see where,
The smallest.
yeah.
Okay. The smallest area.
All right, and we'll see what happens here, and then we'll move from there. All right, Jesse.
Commissioner Bethea?
Aye.
Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Commissioner Claus? Aye. Commissioner Gardner? Aye. Commissioner Hopgood?
Nay.
Commissioner Rader?
Nay.
Commissioner Roller?
Nay.
Commissioner Service?
Nay.
Chairman Corbett?
Yeah. See, my math's not very
Wait,
good.
that's bad.
5-4,
That's
okay.
not right. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, so now we need to go to the, and I'm gonna recommend that we, okay, so now we gotta go to the main motion. That was the amendment.
Right, so call the question.
All right,
I would like to substitute this motion. And my substitute motion is that we adopt option 1, B.
Second.
Could we clarify option 1B, please? Maybe show a figure of option 1B. The medium-sized box. Yeah, I just want to be sure.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, the middle one.
Beautiful. Oh, wait, let me,
Yeah. See what you're doing.
The thing that people don't understand is the stuff is, Doug, it's gone. It's gone. What point I poorly made is if you don't have a GPS for where the reef used to be, you can't find it.
Yeah, whatever, yeah. It's confusing because it's got lettered and numbered.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of wish I.
So are we ready
had
now?
access to these maps, and I would have made the lines a little bit clearer. Like you can just offset it.
Looks good on.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
To be clear, we are talking about the boundary that is the solid line on both of these polygons, not the dot, not the dashed line, but the solid line boundary,
Right,
which is the middle option.
that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so, you know, we can cloud the waters and all that and get everybody all confused, but it makes no sense to sit here and battle at the table. But, you know, we just heard comment earlier about how much is being taken and we never get anything back. And it's true. And so to take all this bottom away on a whim that it might come back to natural historic levels in the current conditions is not right. And so to start somewhere is something that we can do without taking too much too soon. And so that's what my intentions were with my amendment, is to get it at some level that everybody at the table should be halfway satisfied that we came to a point that we're going to try a DORA. But we don't want to make the whole sound a DORA if we don't know if a DORA is going to even work. And so all this Robert's rules, jockeying and all that, fellow commissioners, don't be fooled so much by that, please. And that's my only concern.
Yes, sir.
I think there's a misappreciation for the likelihood of success based on scale. And because these threats don't operate at these postage stamp kind of scales, you're not going to be able to ameliorate them that way. And for that matter, the idea that we would put a pilot project on the water that's really small compared to what we want in terms of oyster habitat duration across the sound, a small one, and then use that as leverage to get the EMC to put water quality protections in place and the CRC to do land and the counties and all that, I think is just misguided. It'll never cascade that way. We need to put our foot down for one of the key seagrass beds, oyster reefs, and emergent marshes are our three core habitats. And so if we're not going to take a stand to do something important, I mean, just look at where the orange dots are. Your polygon, Commissioner Blanton, has little to do with the orange dots. Many of them are outside of those lines. And I just think that it won't ever cascade the way you think, because many of the fixes can't operate at that scale.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Rader, one day I hope to 100% agree with you, but until the day they quit building bulkheads on every piece of shoreline, until the day that they quit doing all kinds of other things that affects that waterway, then I'll never believe that by just leaving the bottom alone, it'll recover to historic levels. At any rate, because we continue to allow the shoreline to be eroded, we continue to build on top of barrier island dunes that build the sounds and marshes, and we continue to do all things as people to mess this habitat up. And so to take it away from the current users on a whim that they're never going to be able to make anything productive out of it is just, to me, not right.
So I'm going to make a statement here. You are not going to agree with him. And we keep saying, we keep saying the same thing back. So we got stuff to do. We got people that came out here for a public comment that are already 45 minutes late doing. So we're going to vote on this and see if it goes. If it don't, we're going to vote on something else.
Commissioner Bethea,
This is B, correct? Option B? Nay.
Commissioner Blanton,
No.
Commissioner Claus, Commissioner Gardner, Commissioner Hopgood,
Yay.
Commissioner Rader,
Aye.
Commissioner Roller,
Aye.
Commissioner Service,
Aye.
and Chairman Corbett.
No. We got to go to the main motion. All right, let's vote the main motion now, where the comment is, we've made enough comment, we know where everybody's.
Point of clarification, what does the main motion read now?
It's bigger than this one.
So the motion was to substitute to replace C, the smaller area that you proposed, with B, which is what the division recommended. That motion to substitute passed, so therefore that language is no longer up for further modification, but you're now back to the main motion. Essentially, and I know this sounds insane, believe me, I view it that way also, but you're voting on the same thing you just voted for. But that's why this is here.
I don't think we're voting for the same thing we just voted for, because I think he did the expanded area that didn't go out.
No,
Okay,
he did a large area, the largest area, he did the smallest area, he did the recommended area.
okay.
So now that you have substituted the motion for that area and it cannot be further amended, then you're having to vote on the main motion as substituted, which is exactly the same language that you just voted for. Unless you want to suspend Robert's rules. Yes.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, let's vote.
Commissioner Bethea,
Nay.
Commissioner Blanton,
No.
Commissioner Claus, Commissioner Gardner, Commissioner Hopgood,
Aye.
Commissioner Rader,
Yes.
Commissioner Roller,
Yes.
Commissioner Service,
Yes.
and Chairman Corbett.
No. So my suggestion for the rest of it is somebody make a motion to do the division proposal for the other ones.
So moved, Chairman.
Second?
Second.
All right, once they get that in, let's get a vote on that.
May I do some discussion?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Is it going to be all of them together?
Yeah.
Okay. I've got an issue with the recreational shellfish license. The people that are out here that I know of that are doing recreational shellfish license, essentially just going in their backyard and getting a bushel or two. With
Do we have a recreational shellfish license?
no.
We got a 2-bushel license, but it's a commercial license.
Right. Aren't we doing one for?
Are you? Tell me, Colonel.
There is no recreational shellfish license.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, I was, is there one that says, for recreational harvest, needing a license?
So this is just really to support for the division to explore this and how to answer these questions and get a handle on recreational harvest. That is, yeah, can y'all put it up, the division's recommendations? So we're just trying to look into this. It's not, we don't have any decisions made. There's a lot that has to be, there's a lot of rocks that has to be turned over to get to this. And that's just what we're asking for.
Okay. I would still, and maybe I'm just not getting it, but I wouldn't support any kind of recreational license at all. I think that people that are doing recreational shellfish harvesting do it mostly for subsistence fishing. When we asked Shellfish Sanitation if there was any health issues, I think they said there's not many. And in terms of a mechanism to provide them with that information and safety information, I think that they don't need, we wouldn't need a license to do any surveying. And I know that the commission's under resource restraints. And I know the gentleman up here said it would be a significant time and effort to get this done. And so I don't support it.
Yeah, I'm certainly supportive of exploring this option. Personally, I never understood why it wasn't included in the fishing license. This is a marine wildlife we harvest. And let's be frank, a lot about the recreational license is data collection so we can have a better idea of what the impact of the resource is. That's why I'm supportive of this option to investigate ways in which to do so. I would also point out that subsistence fisheries, non-commercial subsistence fisheries, are also very common in freshwater and saltwater, and I know we have subsistence fishing license, if I'm not mistaken, right? So there are other mechanisms in which to do so, but I'm definitely supportive of the idea of having a better grasp on the recreational impact to these resources.
Yes, sir.
And to be clear, one of the goals here is to be able to actually have data, have information so that we can do a stock assessment. But so they're going to come back to us with evaluations of options, priorities, and needs related to information and mechanisms to achieve that, is the way I understand it.
All right. I think we've had enough on that, so let's do a vote.
Do we have a motion?
Yeah.
And a second?
I thought we had a motion and a second.
We have.
Yes, sir.
The original motion, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Bethea?
Nay.
Commissioner Blanton?
Point of clarification, I'm confused. Where are we at right here?
We're just doing the other four. We're doing
Wait,
the
so the
division
door's already been
recommendation.
voted on, right?
Yeah.
And so this doesn't include any door
No
stuff?
doors. No, this is just other stuff where they're going to do research on the recreational license. and
Yes,
that
I
kind
got
of
you.
stuff.
Aye. I vote aye.
Commissioner Claus? Commissioner Gardner? Commissioner Hopgood?
Aye.
Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
And Chairman Corbett.
Yes. Okay, oyster's done, and we're going to have to put clam off because we got to do this public comment. And Kat's not even looking. I'm trying to talk to Kat. And what? I was talking to you. Okay, so we're going to start public comment back as soon as y'all get your laptop off that table there, so that they don't take and throw it at me.
If I need someone else, I'll let them.
You would have to do that?
So we're doing hard clams tomorrow?
Yes. And they're going to start with Tara Foreman.
Tom, did you have a?
Is this just general public comment?
First, I would like to thank the committee for allowing me to comment today. While I appreciate the hard work that the division has done to manage the blue crab fishery, I do believe that the blue crab fishery is currently and has been managed with inaccurate data. The regulation that DMF is proposing will destroy a heritage that eastern North Carolina is known for from coast to coast. My family's heritage started when my father, Philip Carwin, began to commercial fish at the age of 12, steering the boat for his older brother in his crabbing operation in Hyde County. By the time my father was 16, he ran 2 commercial fishing crabbing boats. He crabbed in the summer and had a gentleman crab for him while he was attending high school. After high school, he became a full-time commercial crabber. He and his brothers would crab all day, then take turns to drive their crabs to different processing plants and selling them after they returned. I can remember as a child going on the boat with my father and also riding on the trucks to deliver crabs to the processing plants. My father lost his first son in 1981 and decided to start buying crabs full-time in the neighboring county of Terrell County in the year of 1982. He bought crabs and ran shedders at a rented dock. I remember my father sleeping on the ground to be able to tend to his shedding operation at night until my parents could buy a camper to sleep in. My parents would then bring my sister and I to spend the summer at the dock in Terrell County. In 1986, he built a crab meat processing plant in Terrell County, Captain Neal's Seafood, named after the son he lost. Today, we are the largest domestic picking plant in the United States in a Tier 1 county with the second largest processing plant owned by our cousin in a neighboring county of Hyde, also a Tier 1 county. There has been a lot of sacrifices to build these successful businesses. As children, when my sister and brother and I were not at our grandparents', we were at the Crab House, where we lived in the summer in 2 rooms, which are now offices today. My parents sacrificed many things over the years as the Crab House grew. My sister, brother, and I spent many years at our grandparents' house as they accomplished this. As my siblings and I grew and went to college, we vowed we would never work in the family business. But being raised with a commercial fishing heritage, it runs deep, and now all 3 of us work together every day at the plant. My sister's 2 daughters, which are 3rd generation, help with administrative duties during the summer. The regulation that is being proposed will destroy the opportunity for future generations in my family, as well as others, to be able to enjoy a heritage that has been available in eastern North Carolina for generations. Now I would like to talk about the 2024 harvest of the North Carolina blue crab. North Carolina was at its capacity for harvest last year. The harvest data that trip tickets show for 2024 will not be accurate due to the market-driven aspects of the fishery. The 2024 data will show a 100% increase from 2022. However,
Thank you. Julie Hod.
Thank you to the committee. I will be taking off where Tara left off. The 2024 data will show a 100% increase from 2022. However, this will not reflect the number of days that commercial fishermen could not crab because the markets were not there. The stock was there, but the market, again, was not. There are some dealers that had 43 days that they could not buy crabs, and I would say on average, most dealers had at least 25 days. There are some dealers. There There are some dealers that had 43 days that could not buy crabs, and I would say on average, most dealers had at least 25 days that they could not buy crabs due to the market-driven conditions. Trip ticket data does not capture this aspect of the blue crab industry. I would say that if there were no market-driven conditions, the blue crab harvest for 2024 would have been somewhere around 23 million pounds. At Captain Neal's, we buy the largest percentage of blue crabs bought in North Carolina, and there was an uncertainty daily as if we would be able to buy crabs the next day. At our plant, we worked extra hours and 7 days a week so that our commercial fishermen could crab every day. Not only was the harvest higher than the previous 4 years, the quality of the crab was better, and it was better than we had seen in 15 years. The yield that 2024's crabs gave was a consistent high yield and better than we have seen in 22 years. In your own Fisher Dealer Report, the NCMF says that the blue crab is on the rebound, and in real time, the NC commercial fishing community see that. The blue crab management plan was not written using dedicated blue crab surveys as Maryland, Virginia, or Louisiana, and therefore, all the data that has been collecting using surveys created for fish in areas to gather data on a fish species provides an inaccurate data for the blue crab. NCMF has known for 28 years that they need a specific blue crab survey, thus stating that the tools they are currently used to gather blue crab data to make management decisions is flawed, and thus is an accurate population cannot be predicted from this. I do believe that the biologists at DMF want to provide accurate and current data to all species that they currently manage. I also believe that they have a difficult job to provide accurate data with a blue crab management plan that was flawed from the beginning. But when a new stock assessment is conducted and the results cannot be explained from DMF, we need to acknowledge that something is wrong in the assessment and in the data collection. DMF sent the 2023 stock assessment to an independent PhD biologist to review. The biologist failed the stock assessment and recommended that the DMF go back and fix several issues before making any management decisions. The biologist also stated that the estimated fishing mortality is extremely and unrealistically high, and that the stock status of overfishing and overfished of the entire assessment period seems uncommon and concerning.
Thank you, ma'am. Eddie Newman.
I'm speaking for him because he's out busting his behind. I want to speak about a podcast from February 3rd, 2025 it was a CCA, Carolina Tide Lines. Many statements were made. Speaking personally, I think that the mechanical harvesting of oysters needs to go away because next to trawling, it's one of the most destructive practices that we have. And if you want to save habitat, you've got to stop the practices that are tearing it up. And the state currently has 16 oyster reef areas that are maintained for the commercial harvest of the oysters. That was Mr. Creighton. David Sneed replies, and yeah, I wanted to delve into that a little more a bit beginning, and Stewart has been appointed to the Northern Committee Advisory Commission of the MFC. So a lot of this information that he has the opportunity is firsthand presentations for these meetings, and that is a bit of a challenge to be a part of that committee, but we certainly appreciate you being there. Stewart replies, well, thank you. The first meeting was, I will always, in an environment like that, I will always measure my words carefully, but still get my point across. And it was obvious from the point of tenure of that meeting that why the vast majority of commercial guys that were there didn't want to lose any access to the sound and to these oyster rocks they harvest off of. But it's one of those things that it's time to make that change, and it might be a little impactful, but I have a hard time feeling too bad for anybody when the state is saying that, you know, we are going to protect this area, and here are 16 artificial reefs that we are maintaining for you, and you can harvest off of. Then another part of it, Mr. David Sneed talks about, there's $1 million that's appropriated by the General Assembly, taxpayer money, that's being given to the Division of Marine Fisheries to maintain these oyster reefs to allow commercial fishing harvest. Stewart says, that's right. So how many, David, so how many of these, you mentioned 3, still engaged in clam kicking? Do we know how many? I think actually, I think this was a topic of discussion too, is how many can actually, are still doing mechanical harvest and oyster dredging. Stewart says the number is fluctuating, but the average is under 100. And then they go down to says, David Sneed says, to me, the other option would be to take that $1 million and buy those mechanical oyster dredge fishermen out and the practice. Stewart says, right, what you always run into is that an unwillingness to be bought out.
Thank you.
And all those
Christina,
were his words.
Christina Badges.
I appreciate y'all coming. I'm Christina Bridges. I represent Endurance Seafood. I believe my father was on the committee, the very first crab study committee y'all had. The thing is I don't feel like y'all have done an economical study to see how this will affect your communities. I mean, Dare County is good because they have tourism, but what about Hyde and over there in Perquimans and Terrell County? How is this going to affect them? It affects it from the crabber to the workers, the grocery store, the gas stations, and it goes on up the food chain, besides down the food chain. And before y'all can do anything to put implanted laws or regulations, you need to do an impact study. My other problem is the inadequate data y'all have done. The nets y'all use. Do y'all get a commercial fisherman to go out there with that biologist to tow the net properly? I grew up in the industry since I was 3 years old picking fish up off the beach, out in the boat with my dad, crabbing, shrimping. I feel sure that I couldn't go out there and pull that net properly, even though I've done it several times. But I feel sure that these people, they're biologists, don't get me wrong, no hard feelings with anybody, that I feel like y'all could take an adequate money to get the commercial fishermen in there to show them how to tow the nets properly. And don't y'all use the same crab net that you tow for shrimp? I mean, there's several different kinds of nets that you tow. And I feel like that's something y'all need to go in consideration also. My other thing is your data collection. I mean, y'all didn't use 23, 24. Well, by my data, which I'm different than everybody else, I did 2.5 times more crabs in 2023 and 24 than I did in 22. And I'm the one, she said, that had 43 lay days because of weather and not having a dealer to buy my crabs. So I would have had more crabs if I'd have had them days that I could have sold them. The only other thing is I appreciate y'all listening to me, and please take everybody's factors in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bob Woodard.
Good evening. I'm Bob Woodard, and I'm chairman of the Dare County Board of Commissioners. Chairman, vice chairman, commissioners, welcome back to Dare County, land of the beginnings. We thank you for being here. It's been 6 long years since this commission's met in Dare County. And our watermen deserve not only to be heard, but also to have their concerns taken under advisement. I can't tell you how many countless times I've heard from our watermen our seafood processors, and our restaurant owners of the unfair practices and regulations from the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Division and this commission. As an elected official, I fully understand this board's tough decisions that you have to make. With those decisions that I have to make for Dare County, I question the data at my disposal. I listen to the will of the people, and I weigh all options before me prior to making my decisions for this county. I'm concerned that most of the recommendations placed before this commission do not include a reliable, up-to-date stock assessment of the various species in question. There are also no reliable methods of monitoring, estimating, or managing the recreational removal of the fisheries stock, thus making all the recommendations before this commission that I've seen in the last 12 years on my term as a commissioner are arbitrary at best. Dare County's fisheries, both commercial and recreational, is the second largest economic driver in all of Dare County next to tourism. Every single reduction this commission or the Marine Division makes affects our economy and our bottom line. This places a heavy burden on our watermen who are just trying to make a living off a generational way of life. Once again, thank you for being here. It's my hope that the Marine Fisheries Commission will continue to hold meetings here with our watermen and hope that y'all enjoy what Dare County has to offer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. David Glopp, is that right? I know I probably pronounced it wrong. Gallup, there you go. Told you I pronounced it wrong.
My name is David Gallup. I have been crabbing commercially for 60 years. My family has been crabbing for over 100 years in the lower Albemarle Sound area. I would like to summarize the last paragraph of DMF's decision document entitled Blue Crab Fishery Management Plan Amendment 3 Adaptive Management. In consideration of blue crab's life history, the DMF recommends a 10-bushel limit of females from June through December and no harvest from January through May. In combination, these measures will reduce harvest by an estimated 21.7%, which should increase the spawning stock biomass and promote increased recruitment. First of all, the division has no idea what the spawning stock is. Program 195 and 100, they're not touching what the spawning stock is. Now I'd like to read to you the last paragraph of the Chesapeake Bay 2024 Blue Crab Advisory Report. Estimated juvenile abundance and recruitment remains at some of the lowest levels of all time. Apparent disconnect between adult female abundance and recruitment success. Chesapeake Bay has a sample program where they do 1,500 dredge samples each winter. They have a pretty exact idea of what the spawning stock is. Spawning stock's right where they want it, but there's a disconnect. So, I'm not from Geico, but I'm here to save you thousands of dollars in a possible lawsuit and a lot of headaches. I know the old excuse of best available data or best available science, but what DMF is proposing will destroy the last viable inshore commercial fishery the state has under the premise of rebuilding the stock with no data and a theory that's already proven to be wrong. The crab management plan needs to be rewritten top to bottom. It's modeled after a fishery management plan. Most of the data collected is incidental catch or bycatch from a fishery surveys. It's a $50 million a year industry. It deserves better. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Reese
My name's Reese Stecker. I've run a charter boat for 28 years. We have a great fishery here, and you guys from DMF have just about ruined it. We used to make a good living charter fishing here damn near year-round. Now we're lucky to get 6 months, which is not enough to make a year-round living. Overfished designations equal pay cuts to us. You guys at fisheries get cost of living increases, sick days, vacation days, weekends off, retirement, and who pays for that? We do. With the rise of the overfished designation, we have just about nothing to fish for, especially right now. And I can't help but find a huge similarity between NCDMF and the pharmaceutical companies. The pharmaceutical companies, they don't want to cure diseases. They don't make any money if they do that. They want you to stay sick, so you keep buying their drugs and keep making money. Kathy Rawls and company up here want to keep every fish in the sound on the overfished list. That creates jobs, job security, managing these overfished fish. It also opens up the door to federal grant money from NOAA. You guys are losing all credibility by putting, damn near every fish in our entire sound system is on the overfished list right now. And Kathy, I hate to say it, you're like the Anthony Fauci of fisheries management. You know, he's wear a mask, you're gonna die. Take the vaccine, you're gonna die. Kathy, rockfish are overfished, flounder are overfished, striped mullet are overfished, speckled trout, everything's overfished. Why is it that all of these species in North Carolina that you guys have deemed to be overfished are not deemed to overfish in neighboring states, Virginia and South Carolina? It's crazy how once a fish swims into North Carolina from South Carolina or Virginia, it all of a sudden becomes overfished. You can keep stripers, flounder, speckled trout, striped mullet in Virginia and South Carolina. It gets colder in Virginia than it does here, and it was plenty cold in South Carolina, and neither of those states closed their speckled trout fisheries down. I see some old timers in the room here, and I know they can remember days back when we used to have winters where the sound froze all the way across for weeks, and we didn't close the trout fishery down, and we still caught them in the summer. The credibility thing, let's talk about that. I don't know how many times I've tried to get Charlton Godwin, I don't think he's here in the room, the striper biologist, to come on the boat and observe firsthand how many striped bass we catch. He's never taken me up on that offer. One time in 28 years of doing what I'm doing, and I never once have I seen him out on the sound water observing firsthand where we catch the fish. Just like Chris Bat-Savage, who's a great guy. He's our flounder biologist that tells us that there's no flounder at Oregon Inlet. In the last 20 years ago, he moved from here to Morehead City. Haven't seen him on the water once since. It's hard for us to swallow this when we don't ever see you guys on the water. I don't know who the trout biologist is in the room. Are you here? Raise your hand. Okay. Well, I'll be honest, if I'm lucky enough to make it another 20 years in the business, I bet I never see you on the water firsthand observing the speckled trout population that us fishermen see 7 days a week on the water.
Reese.
Okay.
Mary Ellen Ballas.
Chairman Corbett,
Thank you.
Commissioners, Dr. Rawls, thank you guys for coming to Dare County. We are very happy to see you back here. My name is Mary Ellen Balance. I'm from Hatters Village. I am the wife and mother of a commercial fisherman. I'm a pound netter, and now because of flounder, I'm also an oyster farmer. I've served on the Amendment 3 Flounder Advisory Committee, and I'm currently sit as a member of the Dare County Board of Commissioners representing District 4. You've listened to passionate commercial and recreational fishermen, business owners, and community leaders advocating for the ability to continue to support their families, their communities, and with the amount of tax dollars we send to Raleigh, the state. You listen to the frustrations that come from nonsensical data that contradicts everything these guys see when they go out on the water. And it comes from amendment measures that include language that read like, and this is from the Amendment 3 Executive Summary, these management measures, while not having measurable reduction, could help improve the condition. Earlier today, Britton Shackelford talked about how this is all being done by design. I realized when I was looking over the proposed Amendment 4 Flounder Amendment, you take from one sector and give it to another to reward the one that has historically overfished their quota. Deflect, disrupt, and demise by design. Chairman Corbett, in 2014, you were made chair of this commission, and you said your priority was keeping fishing open for both commercial and recreational fishermen. And in August of that same year, you brokered a compromise for red drum to be commercially harvested with a bycatch. Chairman Corbett, this time has come again for you to acknowledge the passion, navigate the science and bureaucracy, and broker new common sense solutions that support our fishermen, our communities, and all consumers of North Carolina wild-caught seafood. And Commissioner Roller, earlier you made reference in one of your comments about your constituents. With all due respect, you are not elected. As Dare County Commissioner Kreef pointed out, you were appointed. Dare County Commissioners Burris, Kreef, House, Bateman, Woodard, Ross, and I were elected, and we will continue to be a voice and advocate for our constituents. And I've been asked by Willie Etheridge that if any of you, staff, commissioner, would like to take a tour of Wanchese so you can see firsthand how your decisions affect the communities in Dare County, he's happy to have you come visit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Charlie Lott. Charlie. Yeah. Who do you think I said?
I couldn't hear you. Getting old.
You've never had that problem before.
I had a lot of stuff to say, guys. I had a paper full, but y'all voted earlier on my subject. But the main thing I want to say is I rushed in here from catching loggerhead turtles and tagging them, 6 of them, in fact, because I'm into science, best available science, because that's how my fisheries are regulated. I live and die by the sword of science, good data collection. And y'all voted earlier on albacore with 0 data. And everybody in this room is complaining about the data they have to live with crabs, speckled trout, and all these other issues. But it's the best available data you got, so you got to go with it. I understand that. But when you make a decision like what you did earlier on albacore, from an agenda from one commissioner, pushing it from a Saltwater Guides Association, which everybody knows, they're going to have a big post later on about, oh, we got guardrails in North Carolina, let's pat each other on the back, because that's what's going to happen. You've just taken all these biologists here, the time that they take to sample. We've just disregarded all science. I mean, we voted an agenda. And is that where we're going with this? I mean, I'm seriously asking this because I've lost faith in the process. I worked with every biologist just about getting samples in North Carolina when they wanted them. Holly White, I've gotten stuff from you. I mean, I want to be part of the process to get good data collection. But if this is the road we're going down, where we just willy-nilly push agendas by one commissioner with no science, what are we doing here? I mean, we're wasting everybody's freaking time. I mean, that's how I feel. I feel about as disenfranchised as I felt in a long time. And anybody in this room that knows me, I'm one of the most optimistic fishermen there is. I always see it, a good future in this. I always say, man, if we can just survive it, you know, we're going to make it. We just got to survive it. How can we survive an agenda that's pushed with no science? And you're going to want these guys to eat your rule on speckled trout and crabs and all these closures with your data that they know is flawed. How can you look them in the face when you just voted with 0 science? I don't even get it. I mean, that's where I'm flabbergasted. I fished today. I couldn't even make it. I felt like it was purposely voted on earlier, Tom, because you probably knew guys weren't going to be able to speak on it. And I feel it's underhanded. I mean, I do. I feel it's completely underhanded. I went to the Saltwater Guides Association and tried to work with them on this in the beginning, and this is what I've gotten for it. Underhanded backstabbing, pushing an agenda with 0 science. And I think that's a dangerous road we're going down. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right, we don't need to applaud. James Byrd.
Good afternoon. My name is James Bird. I own and operate a charter fishing business here. I also help out with North Carolina Watermen United, which represents a lot of fishermen that are unable to be here. I teach statistics. I've got a master's in statistics and mathematics. So unlike most of the fishermen here, I've had a lot of training when it comes to the data collection, the proper techniques that are involved when it comes to said stock assessments and such. And I mean, I'll try and keep it under 3 minutes because I'm sure the yellow flag and the red flag will come up before this is all over with. But the data, pure and simple, is not there. And just as Charlie said, even if the data is there, it's being ignored. It's being ignored by whatever reasons there are to pit one group against another. I mean, it doesn't matter what comes in here to this commission some days. We know the vote's going to be 5-4 because it doesn't matter what's said. It falls on deaf ears with certain people. We don't appreciate that we're managing a public resource that affects food on the table, especially in this county, for families. Every rule you make affects people when they go home, when they get up and go to work. And for some reason, that doesn't seem to affect others once they say their A's or nays on their votes. We got a list of species just today here. We've got flounder, we've got sea trout, we've got crabs, we've got oysters, we've got false albacore, which Charlie already said everything I had to say about that. Black sea bass is another thing, but we don't got time for that. I've been dealing with Chris on that one. Striped bass. All these species we're told don't exist in North Carolina waters, or they're overfished, or they're threatened, or whatever's going on such that we can't harvest them. You know, earlier we said, we believe in subsistence harvest of a resource, subsistence, so that we can go home and eat. So why is it we can't even recreationally catch one flounder per person per day year round? Why isn't we can't catch one trout per person per day year round? That's subsistence. And you want to talk about economic impact. How many tackle shops up and down this beach are losing millions of dollars in revenue because of the recreation that they're not able to provide to the tourists that come here? People don't want to go fishing, as Reese pointed out earlier, because why go fishing if I can't catch it or keep it or take it home? One striped bass. That's substance. But you're taking that out from under our feet. You're taking it off of our table. You're taking it out of our children's future. I'm a son, I'm a father, everything of that nature, and every single one of us have a lifetime fishing license.
James.
I'm sure we took 50 minutes to get the public comment, but we'll cut off every single person over an extra 30 seconds.
David, is it Revan? W-A-R. Warren, there you go. I got this, somebody rewrote it with fancy writing, I can't read any of it.
Okay. I don't have a whole lot to say. I'm not the best of public speakers, but I propose a study on how a board like this affects us. There's never accountability for the negativity that gets brought on us. There's never accountability on the negativity on a fishery. Prime example, just the whole shark thing. Just look at how that affects all the, you protect an apex predator, it eats everything else. But what I'm saying is, I know that's not really what we're talking about, but the decisions here really affect all these people back here. And like he was pointing out, it always seems to be a 5-4 decision. And there's no accountability for the people who get hurt. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, sir. Ralph Craddock?
Good afternoon, Ralph Craddock, multi-generation commercial fisherman. I ain't real sure for what this circus we just watched back here on 4 or 5 motions. I don't know how that goes. But it come down over data that was put on that screen right there that weren't even supposed to be in there. Am I right on that? There weren't an issue with what you were voting on with the oysters?
No, I wouldn't characterize that as data that wasn't supposed to be in there.
I thought I heard you say that ain't what y'all recommended.
That is exactly what I said, but that's not, I didn't say that the
Well,
data
somehow or
wasn't
another it
supposed
got
to be in there.
somehow or another it got put on a computer for y'all to vote on. Same way the data's getting put in there for the fish. It ain't being corrected. You can put whatever you want in this thing right here, and she'll spit it out on that thing. And you're supposed to believe it. I mean, we just sat right here and witnessed that. Maybe I took it completely wrong, I don't know. And y'all are appointed by the governor. He must not, I mean, I don't care if he's Democrat or Republican, must not know how this operation right here is run. I'll be damned if he could sleep at night. Embarrassed. Seriously. And I think this fella right here just voted twice. He didn't even want a recreational oyster. And I believe he's an oyster farmer, I think. I may be mistaken. But you just voted twice against oystermen and you're a farmer.
I didn't want them to be a
I had a,
license.
huh?
I wanted them to be
Ryan,
able to
No.
do it without a license.
No.
Yeah, no, I'm like I said, I may have misunderstood. I was in the back of the room and it didn't get out. And I had a right good speech about the flounders, but it's all coming down to data. And y'all just showed everybody in this room what you can do with that computer and put it on there wrong. And I may be mistaken, but I think most of these people in the room saw the same thing I saw. Anyway, take in consideration of us that have to work. And I don't want, what scares me about this flounder thing is I've always advocated for a recreational man. He deserves to go catch something and take it home and eat it. He should be able to do it all year long, but he should have at least a 30-day season to catch one flounder. They're thicker than they've ever been, but somebody screwed up when they punched a number in this computer, and y'all believed it, took it to be science. Agenda is what it comes down to. That's about, I mean, I had a right good speech, but what scares me, if you vote on this, I'm gonna run out of time probably, but before you vote on this 20% thing, what's it going to do to an amendment plan? What's it going to do to your management plan? Is it going to booger it up? In other words, a couple of years ago, you vote to do this, and now you're going to turn it around. I see that red flag, but I think you know where I'm going with this. Is it going to mess? Is it going to mess the management up?
All right, and that's everybody that was signed up. So I want to thank everybody for coming and us finally getting the meeting back up here again so y'all could speak, and we appreciate all your comments. And with that, I'm going to adjourn the meeting.